cold. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is Heiko's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world. We ride the waves. Here, passion flows high. Refreshing breezes invigorate the body. The romantic sea smoothies the heart. Exquisite flavors dance on your palate.
Wow, this is life in Hainan. Amazing!
Hainan, where timeless charm meets vibrant energy. Welcome!
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day one of the WSL International Wanning Pro. We are on and officially underway. It's been 6 years since the last event here, and we're finally back at this beautiful Riyue Bay in Hainan. But before we get into the heat, now let's cross down to the beach with Giada for today's schedule.
All right, I am here with Teddy. Give us a little bit of a rundown of what's going on and what's happening today.
Yeah, we're here in China, Wanning, and we're at the QS Pro. We're starting off with the men's round of 48, round one, and yeah, it's sunny, conditions are looking good. Yeah.
So we just had the opening ceremony. Give us a little rundown of what went down.
Yeah, it was a really cool ceremony. Actually, everyone got to represent their country. And yeah, got to pour some sand and see some of the Chinese culture. It was really, really interesting.
All right, you've been here for a couple days now. What are the waves like? Tell us what the conditions are looking like.
It's a left-hand point break. Pretty good waves. Couldn't complain. Not cold. Today is actually very hot. And yeah, it's looking like a fun day of waves.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Teddy. Let's throw it back to the booth and start this contest off.
Thank you so much, Giada and Teddy. And like he said, the conditions are great. Beautiful left-handed break at this beautiful Riyue Bay in Hainan. My name is Daiwako here in the booth with my good friend True. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. I'm happy to be in the booth with you and here in beautiful Riyue Bay in Hainan, the province of Wanning. I mean, it's such a beautiful place here, and we've already started. I mean, the QS is on.
Wow.
It's crazy.
It's officially underway. This is the first heat of the event, men's QS 4000, round of 48 heat. Number 1, we have red Made Ariana, and blue Sina Tanjun, white Sidung Wu, and green we have Noah Duanichi from France. So 2 Indonesian surfers up against 1 Chinese surfer and 1 French surfer.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen too much of Noah in the jersey over on the Asian side of the tour, but I feel like this is going to be a really cool event. It's the last event of the 2025 calendar year,
Right.
so we'll see the next event, probably next QS in Burleigh. But I tell you what a great way to end 2025. We've been back to back with so many different events. We had 5 weeks in the Philippines, and we also got to go over to Taiwan and straight here to China.
Wow, what a year, 2 weeks ago I say bye to you, and then here we are now again in about 10 days back in China for another beautiful event. QS 4000 is big, and it is really important event for all the surfers, especially on the Asian ranking, because we still have 2 more, but we are getting to the end of the season, so definitely it is a big event.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the points are really starting to come into play now, and with 4,000 points on the line, it's still huge. It's enough for a lot of the top surfers
Definitely.
to be coming to this event and saying, I need to be here.
Right.
It's important. It's valuable points. We're seeing a lot of the same names here in, Fajar Ariana, who's in this first heat as well. Even looking at the next couple of heats, Takuto Ota, he's just I love the way Takuto surfs, and in my opinion, I feel like this wave will really suit him. Raiha Onu as well. So, Riki Tomoshige, I mean, there's Yuma Nagasawa. There's so many names that I'm looking at right now, Dai, that I'm like, oh, okay. All these people could go well in the draw here for this event. But I know you're a bit of a surf frother. We'll come back to it though. This is a replay of that first wave of Noah. Up and riding on his forehand. He's got a cool style, just a little bit of a flatter turn there to start this wave off. The wave kind of looks a little bit fat, but he's really making the most of it, and I kind of liked it. I liked the way that he was like, you know what, I'm just going to get a score, start off somewhat strong to just kind of get the ball rolling in this heat, and a 2.5 he starts off with is pretty good. But you love surfing. You're always out there. Have you surfed?
I surfed, yesterday. In the lunchtime, and I had a great surf actually. I really love this place, and this isn't my first time actually. This is my second time here.
Wow.
But it was about 10 or 12 years ago. I was here for the QS 6000 women's, and since then I haven't been back here, but I love the left. I'm good for footer, so we are always looking for the left, trying to surf. So I surfed for like 3 hours straight yesterday.
No way.
It's a great looking setup here, because as you can see, there's not actually, this is not a big field. It's kind of small fields, but it gives you a lot of opportunities to hit the wall, and there's a couple of good sections to actually hit. But there's actually, maybe you can see from the drone shot on the screen, but there's one big rock lineup, so it's kind of tricky if you want to sit at the back of the rock, or maybe inside of the rock.
Oh wow.
So there's two options that you can go for.
Yeah, right. Okay, so interesting as well. Maybe some people would prefer to be inside the rock, others outside. It's definitely interesting, and really comes into play when you're preparing for your heats and finding your lineups and the spots that you want to sit. Even watching it yesterday, it looked a little bit bigger than what we have right now. We do have some really big tides at the moment too. The tides are really high, and then the lows are, not so low, but they're still pretty low. So I think it's just navigating the tides and making sure that we're getting the best waves. But
wow, this is surfing white Pajal up and riding nice 2-turn cutbacks, and here is straight to the off the top vertical off the lip from Pajal. That was a great surfing. That was his first wave. So it's a 25 minutes heat, and this is Sina Tanjun, the brother of Rizal Tanjun, Varun Tanjun, sorry, and had a good two-turn combo. That's another nice way to start his campaign. But 2.5 so far is the highest score in this heat. Already 5 minutes in, but 25 minutes heat is pretty long heat. I mean,
Yeah.
for this condition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a decent amount of time to be out there, but I feel like it's also a good thing because I know that we talk about it a lot, but 25 minutes allows you to be selective with your waves, like Fajar was on this one as well. A beautiful opening turn. He grabs his second one. You can see the wobble in the wave, but he does really well to time it, and that timing really allowed for that third turn for him to just open up and do a nice big forehand snap. So I feel like Pajar will be well rewarded for that first wave.
Well, definitely, you know, a few scores locked in and already looking really healthy for the first wave for Pajal. It comes in at 4.67, so pretty much he's set up the tone for the rest of the day. So you kind of need one solid turn in the pocket to get, you know, good points. 4.67 is a good start.
Yeah, no, it's a really good start. And you talk about, you know, starting heats and making sure that you come out strong with at least a, you know, high 4 to, preferably a 5. And for Fajar right now, he started off that way. He's already in front of the 8 ball. He's already in a zone where he's stamping his authority, I guess. And he's like, yeah, cool, I'm probably more experienced than the other 3 surfers in this heat. We've seen Sinard in the Rashi, I believe, over in Krui and maybe in Nias as well.
Right.
But we haven't seen him in compete since then. So he's not that he's not as experienced, but he just doesn't have the amount of hours that Pajar does in a Rashi right now. And that really comes into play, you know, that experience.
Definitely, you know, you have to be, if you want to be good at competition, you have to compete in the competition.
Yeah.
And on screen, we have Sina up and riding again. A nice opening cup to start with, just staying in the pocket, just waiting for the wave to stand up. And, well, actually, this wave didn't really offer too much, but a couple of turns in, so I'm not too sure if it's gonna be a 4.67 but definitely better wave for Sina Tanjun. The first wave for him comes in at 1.60, so probably it's gonna be better than his first wave. And still, Sidong Wu, our Chinese surfer, haven't got a wave yet in this heat. Already 8 minutes in. I've seen a lot of Chinese surfers surfing yesterday at the point, but they were ripping.
Yeah.
They know exactly where to sit, exactly the way, you know, how you want to ride. So
It's pretty, amazing watching them surf and how quickly they're improving. Oh,
So this was Noah up and riding, currently sitting the 3rd place. Unfortunately, comes unstuck. So at the moment, we have Madariana is in 1st place with a single wave, 4.67. Sino Tangent is actually in the 2nd place with 1.6 and 1.90. And Noah is in 3rd with 2.50 and 0.60. It's already almost 10 minutes in.
yeah, wow. I feel like, we'll come back to that. Pajar.
Pajar up and riding, just waiting for this wave to wall up. Nice first and straight into the air reverse, but didn't quite stick to the landing, but still great wave selection actually. It has more steeper walls compared to the other waves, but that was really unfortunate for Pajar.
Yep. It feels like Pajar also has a little bit of a level of, grit to him right now. He's looking for the sections. He's hungry for it.
All right, this is surfing green. Nice 2 turns to start with. Trying to surf all the way to the inside, and probably he really wants to have a good finish. Unfortunately, wave just dies out. So 2 cutback turns from Noah, needing only 1.0. So that probably will be it, and that will be enough for him to move into the 2nd. Sina now has 1st priority out the back.
Yeah, I think for Sinan, he's still young and he still has so much ahead of him, but I think maybe it's the wave selections that's really limiting that score for him right now, but he's got 15 minutes and he can reset and reassess what he wants to do in the back end of this heat. That's, why we're so lucky to have the 25-minute heats, or why the athletes are right now. The extra 5 minutes, like we said earlier, just makes so much more of a difference. It's pretty crazy, and I think for Pajar right now, he's really showing his experience out there. He's really being like, yeah, I've got the experience in this heat. I'm going to be a little bit more electric, a little bit faster. He just looks lighter on his feet, like he has more speed when he's on the waves.
Right.
Whereas Noah and Sinar, they may be choosing the lesser quality waves and not matching that energy that we're seeing from Pajar right now.
Definitely. Pajar is kind of like adjusting and just see how the waves reacting. He's surfing like a free surfing right now at the moment.
Exactly.
Probably he's a good friend with Sina as well. So yeah, and then great to have only 3 surfers out at this beautiful left-hander. But is this your first time here? True.
It's actually my second time here.
Oh, really?
As well. I came here in January 2020, the last time that the event was here. So almost 6 years ago.
So
Yep.
Were you competing back then?
I was.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I know. It was, I cannot believe how much it's changed. This area has changed and evolved and developed so much for the better as well. And that was nice.
Beautiful opening carve from Pajar. Nice foam climb there. And a beautiful roundhouse cut back to finish off. Oh, probably he's still on it. He's kind of looking for the wall to stand up for him again. It did get to finish, so definitely he will change his replace his backup score 2.70 with that ride. That was a great surfing from Pajar.
Yeah, that was really nice. I feel like the wave just kept offering more and more. It looked like it was really walling up for him each time. So yeah, he's just once again, seems like he's had a fair bit of practice out there already. Let's take a look at the replay though. Really nice opening turn. I love how he stomped on his back foot to just tweak his tail out a little bit. And Pajar just really relying on his rail. You can see the flow and the speed that he's got in between turns, and here he's just trying to milk it and get another section, which we know he does, to get that finish. He's just trying to get a couple of extra points out of that wave, and I think it was really smart surfing and obviously clearly well rewarded with a 5.5.
Wow, 5.50. So that is the highest score of the heat. And on screen we have surfing up and riding, surfing green Noah, trying to get 3.03 to go into the second. Nice tail release from Noah and trying to get a good finishing turn. But this wave didn't really offer the finishing turn there, but still beautiful 2-turn combo from Noah. Now currently actually is in second place, needing 7.67 to challenge himself into the lead. Sina with first priority, now needing 3.03. So that's a beautiful ride from Noah.
Yeah, that was really nice. You could see that he was really trying to better on the 2.43 and even the 2.5 that he has right now. Let's take another look at it. You can see at the start it had quite a steep section, and here it kind of got that weird little lump and ridge in the middle of the wave, but he negotiated that really well to just get a nice slide and a bit of a slice on that third turn there, and he's just really trying to come through the inside. It seems like the inside, it looks like it hits this big bit of water that just kind of is a bit of a dead zone, I guess, where the waves just stop breaking and they go really flat into it. Is that kind of what it felt like when you were surfing out there?
Well, actually, probably I was surfing on higher tide, so it cleans up a little more. So probably next an hour or so, we're gonna see some clean faces.
Amazing. Bring it on. Let's see it.
Bring it on. Let's see it. But just like you mentioned before, this place just developed so much because I didn't recognize anything back from 10 years ago. So it's totally different place now.
Seriously, even driving in here, I was so disoriented with where we were. I was like, whoa. Where are we right now? And it's cool. There's so many different cafes. There's different places that you can eat. There's different cuisines and foods that you can enjoy. Coffee, So I feel like it's really cool to be here and to be experiencing the culture here and trying to, you know, try the local food as well. So
Definitely.
but yeah, it's changed and developed so much. It's amazing.
It's one of the vacation place probably for the Chinese people. So
Yeah.
it's developing a lot. We have high-rise building, a lot of them, and it's developing a lot. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, same. It's crazy how quickly it's changed, but you know, we're here for it. That's why we're back here. You know,
Yeah.
there's some great opportunities and accommodation for people to stay in, and obviously the waves are really fun as well. So, yeah, let's see it.
And you know, back in like 10 years ago, I didn't see many local surfers here, but now there's so many surfers
Yeah.
that they're ripping at this point, and we've seen 10 of them with probably the same team wearing the same jersey when they are practicing, and there's another group of the surfing teams practicing here. So it's the city. This place is developing as well. The surfing is developing a lot.
Yeah, it's amazing how much it's you know growing as a surf culture here, and there's 11 countries 11 different countries that are being represented in this event.
Wow.
And I think for the Chinese surfers that are here, the locals, and also the Chinese surfers that are practicing here and training here, it'd be really cool for them to come and experience, you know, the different level of surfing that we're seeing across the Asia region as well, to have the likes of Pajar in this heat to compete against him and see how you fit in and, you know, where you're going to go within the rankings. And a QS 4000, it's the second highest QS ranked event.
Right.
You know, we have the QS 6000s as well. So for these Chinese surfers, they could really make a stand and maybe even progress through some heats and see if they can, you know, climb up the leaderboard.
True. Yeah, this is a round of 48. In first round, we have pretty much every hit we have Chinese local surfers. So that's a good opportunities for all the Chinese surfers, especially because I've seen the big name in the round 1, hit 5. Shohei Kato is in actually round 1. So
Wow.
he is a CS surfer. He
Yeah.
has a lot of big experience. So surf against him is like great opportunity.
Yeah,
know.
fully. Well, you're surfing against a Challenger Series surfer. It's amazing, you know, and to have him here also for the last event of, you know, of 2025, or the last event before Christmas, and, you know, everything kind of comes about. It's really, really cool.
Yeah.
You know, and it's cool to have him here. And I know that the Chinese surfers have such great support here with, you know, the coaches that are here on the beach, and I'm sure, you know, the rest of the team behind that's really helping them kind of rise. It would be really awesome to be watching those heats and keeping a close eye and being like, oh, okay, so in a situation like this, what is Shohei going to do? It's really cool. There's lots of learnings and lots of lessons.
Right. It's been pretty quiet for the last 5 minutes in this heat. The first heat of the event, we have Maria Rihanna in the first place with a 5.5 and a 4.67, and Noah Luanichi is in second place with 2.93 and a 2.50. Sino Tanjun is in third with 1.90 and 1.6, needing 3.53 to go into the second. There's still heaps time left on the clock, 6 minutes and almost 30 seconds left.
It feels like he's gone so quick.
It is.
It's almost 20 minutes. I can't believe that. Wow, that's crazy.
And we have 7 days of window,
Yeah.
the event window, and this is day number 1. And we're gonna run probably round 1 of the men's, and then possibly women's Pro Juniors round 1. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of days, and I think we have good swells coming up. I mean,
Let's see
that's
it.
exactly, yeah, let's see it. Hopefully have better conditions,
Yeah.
and I get to surf after the event. Always.
You know what? I think it would be weird if you weren't out there before and after the event.
Right.
Like, I
before
don't.
and after.
It's seriously, it would be weird to like not see you surf at least once a day.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
And it's left.
I know.
I'm goofy foot. I have to surf.
Are you kind of losing your mind?
Every time I say it, but it's one of my job to surf with competitors because
Yeah.
I get to know them.
Yeah, exactly. You get to know them. They give you good waves, hopefully.
And there's so much to talk about in the commentary booth if I surf with them. So
Yeah, yeah.
it's
part of the job.
It's part of the job.
In the description,
Yeah.
must surf with all the competitors.
Right, we're reaching at a 5-minute mark. It's been a quiet for the last 5 minutes. So Sina with the first priority, needing 3.53. I'm pretty sure his brother is watching his heat. Nervous. He would be super nervous right now,
Yeah.
watching brother's heat, and currently is in the third place, needing a 3.53.
I would be so nervous. Like watching, I know that we talk about it and have probably a lot this year for all the events, but it's stressful watching Jesse. And look, this is a structure that we're in, which is super cool as well. You've got the judges and the priority up the top, and then broadcast, we're down in that little room at the bottom with all the windows, which is super cool. A little bit of an insight into, what's going on around the event, the structures. We've got the athlete zone a little bit further up the beach, which is super cool. And they call this place like the Hawaii of China, which is amazing. And there's palm trees everywhere. It's so tropical. Actually, when I was over here, I saw puffer jackets galore. I was like, why are there so many puffer jackets? Where am I going? And, we're in the tropics. You can see that.
And we can see the wave pool behind this beautiful palm trees. So how good is it? There's a good left-hander in the ocean, and at the back we have wave pool.
Yeah. How
Great
amazing.
setup. Wow.
It is so cool. There's so much on offer. It's pretty amazing. And the left here is so fun. And then when you kind of maybe want to try and find a good right, you could head over to the wave pool.
Yeah,
I
wave
would.
pool, definitely. And it's one of the.
That's where I'll be, Di. If you can't see me,
yeah.
I'll be over in the wave pool at the right.
Wow. I'll come.
Yeah.
I'll come with you surfing at the wave pool, definitely. Yeah, just like you said, if you want a right-hander, then you can go to the wave pool.
Yeah,
here. So
exactly.
you have everything here. So I talked to a few competitors today, and they say they haven't seen any sun. They've been here for like 3 days, and this is the first day they actually see the sun out.
Wow.
So when the sun's out, it's like you said, it feels like Hawaii.
Yeah.
Palm trees, super hot, tropical weather. But on screen we have Noah. This is pretty important way for him to stay in the second place. Nice finishing turn. It's a great two-turn combo, trying to get rid of the 2.50 to create a gap to the Sina Tanjun. He's still with the first priority, needing 3.53.
I feel like for Noah, this wave, he's really pushing to break the threes. That was a better first turn, but it feels like that first section into the second one looks like it goes a little bit weird, but this one opened up really nicely for him to get a good snap. So hopefully he can break the twos, get into the threes off the back of that wave, because that'll really start to apply pressure for Sinard, who has priority right now.
Right.
He needs a 3.53, but it's going to increase with the back of this last one of Noah.
Okay, the last wave for Noah comes in at 3.17. Just like you mentioned, he get rid of the backup score. Now Sina needs 4.20, which means Sina now needs one of the big hit to get 4 points.
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
It's 90 seconds left on the clock. But look at how, the Pajao with second priority is sitting at the back, but Sina is sitting inside a little bit. But there's actually the ones coming into the lineup that holds and double up in the inside area. So probably Sina is looking for that kind of wave right now. But with 1 minute remaining, is he going to get that wave?
Yeah, wow. It's really coming down to the wire. I mean, Sina, he's only had 2 waves. And I feel like in a situation like this, when maybe there's not as many good ones coming through, catching waves is probably the best bet. So hopefully he gets an opportunity in the last 40 seconds.
Wow, it's down to 40 seconds. Situation still remains the same. Madariana is in first. Noah is in second. Sina Tunjung with first priority, needing 4.20 half speed, the third best score in this heat. But no time is ticking, 20 seconds left. Well, looks like Sina is having a look at this one. This is a very important wave for Sina, needing 4.20. That was really unfortunate. Didn't really offer too much.
Yeah. Wow, that wave, even from the start, it looked like it was going to be kind of small and a little bit stretched out. That was unfortunate for Sinan.
Alright, so this is it. Looks like Mari Ariana and then Noah will be going to the next round, and we're gonna go to the quick break and we'll be right back with more big actions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived in the beautiful coconut city, Haikou. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is Haikou's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world. We ride the waves. Here, passion comes alive. Refreshing breezes invigorate the body. The romantic sea smoothies the heart. Exquisite flavors dance on your palate.
Wow! This is life in Haikou! Amazing!
Haikou, where timeless charm meets vibrant energy. Welcome!
Riyue Bay is providing a beautiful left-handers here in Hainan in China. We are now into men's QS round of 48, heat number 2. We have Takuto Ota in red, Sentaro Sakai in blue, Wanlong Huan in white, Lee Yuan in green. My name is Dai Wako. In the booth with me is Ben Wei. How's it going?
It's going great. I've been having such a good time last couple of days we've been here. We got a surf in yesterday and amazing opening ceremony just moments ago.
That was amazing opening ceremony, actually. Great setup and great fireworks, actually.
Yeah, it's wild to see. It looks like we had an opening ride here.
We have that is probably surfing green. Just quick in and out from Lee Yuan, but looks like Takuto also got a great wave for the opening. 7.33 already locked in this morning. It is one of the highest score so far this morning. So this is a replay of the last of red. First turn, vertical, nice, carve turn to stay in the pocket, get into the vertical again. Nice, beautiful combination from Takuto. He is a great surfer from Sendai, Japan. So that was a 7.33.
That was an insane ride. We'll watch this again. So you see how you have to start behind it to get that first critical section. Did a great read of that wave. And this is
actually Sentaro Sakai, another surfer. This one locks in at 4.17.
Okay, so reading the wave well, we're starting to see the conditions improve a lot, it seems, as we have our surfer on the front side. I'm trying to see the color here. Our screen is a little blurred out, but nice little layback into the pocket there. Reading this one, gets a quick hit off the lip line. Sets that one up, trying to look for some more action, just trying to keep it moving here, see if there's any more opportunity on that one. He kicks out.
And probably this is surfing wide up and riding, a nice float section, trying to come around, and which he did actually, just stay in the pocket, just trying to maintain the speed, nice carve turn, come around the section, trying to get one more end. Unfortunately, wave just dies out. But looks like surfing green up and riding again. This is second wave for him. Nice couple, carve turns to start with. Racing down the line, but didn't like the look of it. But this is surfing red. Takuto up and riding. He's already locked in 7.33. Nice couple turns to start with. So another good surfing from Takuto Ota, and as we have a break in action, we're gonna cross down to True with the last hit winner.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dai Fajar. First heat of the very first day of the event. Talk to me about how you're feeling out there.
Feel tired. I just arrived here yesterday night. Yeah, lucky to get have wave, long laugh, good wave. Yeah.
I didn't realize you got here yesterday. I actually said to Dai in that heat, I feel like you'd had heaps of practice surfs out there. It looked like you were just in rhythm and knew exactly what waves you wanted to get. So how has the transition been from, getting enough sleep to making sure you've had enough practice surfs out there?
Yeah, I just wait for the double up. I just looked this morning. I surfed this morning. I got one double up, good one. Yeah, just thinking just wait for a double up. Just go. Yeah.
And who are you traveling here with, and who's the support team for the last event of the year?
Yeah, I'm traveling with my idol, Ketot Agus. Yeah, so much fun with him. So good. Yeah.
Was there anything you'd like to say to friends and family back at home that are watching?
Can I speak Indo? Untuk semua yang di rumah, terima kasih sudah menyupport saya. Bye bye. Love you guys.
Thank you so much, Fajar. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True and Pajal. I didn't know he arrived yesterday, so that was pretty much second surf in the heat.
That means that you've gotten more practice than he has.
Yeah, definitely. I surfed for 2 or 3 hours yesterday.
Which is nothing rare for you, So it looks like we're still working on that last score of red. He already held that highest score of the event, it seems, at the moment. I mean, we're just 2 heats in.
Wow, 2 heats in and 7.33. So he kind of sets up the tone for the rest of the surfers. So definitely you will need a couple good hits to get 7 or 8. And a few healthy scores for Sentaro Sakai actually comes in, and it's a 4.57. So nice, 2 waves, but looks like we have Takuto up and riding again, floats a section, generating a lot of speed, but unfortunately couldn't quite come around a section. But so now Sentaro Sakai is in the lead with 4.57 and 4.17. Takuto is in second with 7.33, still waiting for the second wave for Takuto. And Lee is in third place with first priority, needing 3.84 at the moment to go into the second. Wan Long Hyun is in fourth, needing 4.01.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because that second wave of red looked pretty solid. We could possibly see him jump into the lead, and then we may also see those requirements jump up as we see what score he got for that
Right.
one.
It's a quick in and out from Southern Green Lee Yuguin. And the second wave for Takuto comes in at 3.80. That put him into the lead, back in the lead again. So this is a second wave for Takuto.
All right, you saw him draw it back there, kind of waiting for this thing to stand up. Reads it really well to come off the bottom, find that critical section. And this wave is so interesting as you've got all these little sections that kind of grow and then die out. But you really want to kind of try and keep it on rail as much as you can while you're waiting for those sections to grow.
Right. Exactly, and this is the Center Sakai's second wave. This comes in at 4.57. Just like you said, you gotta stay in the pocket. You don't want to race down because you're gonna miss all the sections. But that's exactly what he's doing, stay in the pocket. You know, just trying to get a vertical section to hit. And this is the third wave for Takuto Oda. Just one floater to finish up. Yeah, it's you were surfing there yesterday, right, with me? And how did you like it, or like?
I love this wave. I haven't been here for 5 years, and the last time we were here, there was really, really small. I mean, we ended up riding longboards most of the time because it was like knee high, and it was still super fun. But yesterday, we got to be out there with some of the Chinese team training, and we could watch their positioning.
Right.
And it's really hard to predict what's going to happen. Looks like we're going to have a takeoff here.
So something Ring Lee up and riding, nice first stand to start with, but fortunately, you know, wave didn't really offer too much walls for him. So quick in and out from Lee, and this is Surfing White Wen up and riding, nice slash turn, and straight into the curve, and he gets a fourth stand in actually, and this wave just kept, you know, providing an opportunity for him, so gets a finish. Probably he's gonna get rid of the 2.40, but at the back we have Takuto, quick in and out. He is currently sitting in the lead with 7.33 and a 3.80. So, wow, a lot of actions going on.
Takuto's keeping busy, and now he's he's got that lead position. No one has gotten anything close to their requirement yet, so he's kind of got that safety to kind of search around and try to just keep distancing himself away from everyone. But yeah, amazing. White's last wave, it looks like he's really finding his rhythm. He finally found a wave that really could cater to his surfing. And yeah, I think he'll replace that 2.40. He might actually replace his high score, so we'll see if that affects his requirement as that score comes in.
You know, we're still waiting for the last of red and last of white as well. So 13 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, but looks like there's a few lines at the back rolling into the lineup. Looks like Takuto is having a look at this one.
Yeah, he held the lower priority there, so he
Right.
definitely wanted to stay away from any kind of priority situation there. But it's interesting because today we have these little lulls, and if you're needing a score, having that priority position is going to come in key today.
Definitely. You know, you don't really want to stack with the first priority, but also you don't want to let it go. So that's a tricky part.
Yeah,
actually.
it's cool when you're in the lead and you're
Yeah.
under priority to just kind of search around and have some freedom.
Right, this is Central Sakai up and riding. Looks like a nice wall ahead of him. A nice first turn, throwing a lot of spray straight into the vertical off the top again. Gets the third turn, form climb, and this way probably give him another opportunity inside. Did, and great turn to finish up. So great surfing from Sentaro.
I really enjoyed that ride. And yeah, I think once we get to the replay, there's a point in this wave that's so special. Watch him. Well, this is
So in white, actually.
okay, that's White's replay. So this one, you see a couple warbles there. He's able to read it and keep that speed up. I like that draw off the top there. And just kind of fitting in turns and maneuvers wherever he can. Definitely got that finish on the end and knew that there was nothing left there. And here's that last one. Oh no, that's the kick out. That was Takuto taking a look.
Right. This is it.
This is the last of center. Okay, cool. So he's coming around. You see him fits himself right in the pocket, blows the fins out up above the lip line, comes right out of that to another one, comes up and floats over this. Look how he drives out of that. Off of that little whitewash section, he placed himself so well on that section to come into this one and have a lot of punch into the last turn.
Definitely, it was great surfing, and the last wave for Centro comes in at 6.17, second highest score in this heat. Now to Japanese surfers in the first and second, but this is surfing green. Nice fin blast from the surfer in green, Lee. Now needs 7.24 to go into second. That's a big scores requirement. This is surfing wide up and riding, needing 6.97. First turn, second turn, great, throwing buckets of spreads, but wow, a lot of action.
A lot of action, and these surfers are really finding their feet throughout this heat, kind of figuring. I'm sure they've done some practices, but we do have some kind of unique conditions on the reef right now, so they're kind of learning with every wave and figuring out how to kind of time and set themselves up.
This is a last wave for surfing green. Nice first turn.
Yeah, a little front side pop there. Gets up over the front foot to land it. Not much left after that.
And then this is the last of a wide, actually.
That was white. Jams it. Stays close to the critical section there. Puts it on rail. Gets over this little double up bump, and then it just kind of warbles out. We've kind of seen them end in that deep section. There must be like a little pool kind of happening there.
Right. You know, wave selection is kind of key factor to get through the heat, actually.
Super key, especially at this size, because the bigger sets, they tend to be able to push through that deep section, but the little smaller waves just don't have enough oomph, enough push to really stand up through there.
And then there's a few different types of the set, because one set comes in and it breaks really quick, and it actually dies out. Doesn't have really like good shoulders on it, so you have to be careful with the selection of the set, actually.
Yeah, I think we do kind of have like slightly two different directions as well, possibly pushing in. And right here at this beach where we're looking at right now on screen, we're heading directly south facing, and then off to the right side of the screen is west. And so some of those little west pulses, I think they shorten it up.
Right.
And bring that fat shoulder a little sooner, and it doesn't give them those chances to make a combination.
Definitely, you know. But these guys just been here for like 3 days, you know, so they know what kind of wave they want to get. So with the 9 minutes left, there's still heaps time left on the clock, so they'll definitely find what they're looking for.
Yeah, and for our last couple of days, we've been at our little coffee shop lookout spot, and we can watch the competitors going back and forth from their practice sessions, and you see them taking 3 trips a day at least.
Right.
So they're practicing on different tides, different wind conditions. When you and I were out yesterday, the locals were saying, for the most part, in the afternoon, the winds blow from the west, and so it blows into the wave, holds the shape together, cleans things up. So that mixed with the tide is a good sign that hopefully we'll have improving conditions throughout the rest of the day.
Definitely. You know, a little more onshore wind today compared to yesterday. We had a like right offshore, like you said yesterday, but still, you know, it gives you a lot of opportunities to hit. And then actually the ones have, you know, the steeper walls, so it's kind of tricky, but still, if you get the right ones, it's so much fun to surf here.
Definitely, yeah. And if you're sitting in that 3rd and 4th position, you want to hopefully grab priority at some point to be able to give yourself the best chance.
But yesterday I found the really good waves actually inside, not outside.
I saw you. I was sitting outside with the Chinese team at the top of the peak. Luckily, they were nice enough to give me 1 or 2. I would have never found one. But yeah, you and Noah were sitting in the midsection and just picking them off.
Yeah, so there's definitely chances and opportunities outside and inside. So, you know, keeps busy is probably the key factor in this heat. But you said you were here 6 years ago, like 2020 QS?
No, that wasn't the QS. We had a longboard comp here.
Oh.
And then I was here for a stand-up paddle comp. But we were around the corner. No waves over there. Kind of a big, beautiful bay. But yeah, we did tons of surfing here. And we surfed there's a little right on the other side that runs into almost a dry rock. I was over there trying to get away from everyone, and I almost took my fins off the board multiple times. So I've learned my lesson, like it's not the best right to choose over there. But this is definitely the superstar wave.
Right. This is the main point actually in this area. But you know, we've seen a lot of great beach breaks on the right side of this area, and there's another goofy left-handers down the road. So definitely there's a lot of points.
There's probably so many secret little nooks that no one talks about, and it's a huge island. There's 33,000 square kilometers of island. It's a big island, and with 109 kilometers of coastline. So if you think, like with crazy storms, they get crazy winter storms pushing swell down from Russia, and then you think of the summer typhoon season, you have all these different directions of swell that can just get picked up all around this amazing island. So they definitely know that there is value in kind of pushing and marketing this place as a surf destination.
Well, definitely you can tell in the city because pretty much every stores, like every shop or every restaurant have surfboard sign.
Yeah, there's a
Weather.
surfboard in every shop. Even in the mini market, there's a
Yeah.
surfboard. It's amazing. And as they were mentioning, we had a lot of the dignitaries in the opening ceremony. Their goal is to really put this place on the map as a major surf destination. And they said that they're investing in culture sports and making this kind of an outdoor sports paradise with an international culture. And their aim is for 2030 to have this as a major surf destination.
Wow.
So they've got their goal in sight. They know what they're going after. And from what I've seen, I mean, they're doing a great job.
Yeah, no wonder because this is the second high-rated QS event, QS 4000 event. That's such a big event. So 2030, so definitely it'll be a biggest Asia surf destination island.
I'm sure they're really hungry to bring bigger events and more often. And how about the wave pool? They
Yeah.
made one of the most progressive wave pools just behind us, about 10 minutes down the road.
Great setup. You know, we have the best left-hander here, and we have wave pool, which is really huge setup. Actually, we have one in Japan, but I reckon it's bigger here.
It seems to be bigger. It seems like that air section is gigantic.
Right. Well, looks like we have surfing wide up and riding. Important wave needing 6.97, but he didn't like the look of it. So quick in and out. So 4 minutes 30 seconds left on the clock. But you know, we had a QS event in 2020, and we had Shimura Kami came first. Kian Asing, former city surfer, surfing. Patrick Gadaskas came third, and Rio Waida was third place as well. So
That is
huge
like
name.
such nostalgic names for me.
And for the women's side, we have Brisa Hennessy took out a win, and Vahine Fierro came second.
Two Olympians.
Yeah, and then Minami Nonaka and Hinako Kurokawa came third. So it was a huge event back in 2020 already.
Well, I mean, it's such a perfect venue, and if you see this place when it's on, I mean, it's an amazing left point break as we have some live action.
Cero is up and riding, just camera on section, nice floats, generating a lot of speed. I love the second turn, throwing buckets of sprays, and gets the finishing turn and trying to get camera around section, but unfortunately it didn't really over. But still, beautiful 3-turn combo from Sentaro Sakai, needing 4.97 to go into first.
Yeah, I really love his style. Let's watch this one as he has to navigate around that first section, but he doesn't lose that much speed. Able to get up over this one. I love how he points his nose down off of that floater to really drive off the bottom into that third turn, and then gets a nice whack off that one. You can tell there's not much left of it, and he gets out of there, but definitely got the job done.
Definitely got the job done, and then he's looking to get rid of the 4.57, and I reckon he did that.
Yeah, it's hard to say because that 4.57 I think was just a little bit better of a wave, but he did do more maneuvers on this one,
Right.
so that's going to be interesting. The judges are chewing on it for sure.
All right, so he wants to create a bigger gap between third and fourth. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this heat. Takuto Ota is in first place with 7.33 and a 3.80. Sentaro Sakai is in second place with a 6.17 and 4.57. Wan Long Hyuan in third place, needing 6.97, and Lee Yuguang in fourth place, needing 7.24. Still waiting for the last of blue.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to mention is we have international competitors. We have, I think, about 160 competitors from 10 different countries in this event. And we have some people coming from really warm water and some people coming like us, coming from super cold water, like most of Team Japan. And so when you're able to shed that full suit, put on some thinner rubber and really get your body loose, it lets you just perform like a superhero. You know,
Definitely.
A wetsuit weighs like 3 or 4 kilos when it's wet. So you're losing weight, you're higher on the water, and we have some live action.
We have Sentaro up and riding. So last wave, he locked in 5.00. He's already creating a bigger gap in this heat. So 90 seconds left.
And Sentaro popped up into the lead.
Yeah. Oh, right. So with the 5.00, now he's in actually first place. So now Takuto needs 3.84 to go back into the lead.
Yeah, and With Takuto holding that priority, he can hold white and green in their positions to a better wave come. So he draws it back. You can see he's kind of waiting for this thing to stand up. It does. Gets a nice hook up under the lip. Gets another snap there, and then it just fills with that. That was one of those shorter shoulder ones that you were mentioning.
Okay, so 1 minute on the clock. This is important wave for surfing in green. Nice first turn, nice tail release there, and try to come around. Probably needs one more big hit to get 7.63, but fortunately didn't get that opportunity. But at the back we have Takuto up and riding, needing 3.84 to go back into the lead. This wave actually give him a walls, but really not that steep sections to hit.
Never really stood up for him, but it was a great effort. Definitely, he's advancing, but he loves to have that first spot.
Definitely wants to be in the first spot, but this is a replay of the last of red.
So he hits that one quick. You can see him trying to navigate. He has to kind of do a little foam ball climb right there to give him this open space. Now he's able to come off the bottom, but that's where it fattens up. Gets a little foamy there, and then you can just see it kind of kills his speed. Surfed it as well as anyone could. He's able to find speed off of a really gutless wave there.
Yeah, just like you said, he did what he could do on the wave. This is the last wave for surfing green, needing a 7.63. Still waiting for the last of green and red. It's a few scores for green, so it's 1.97, not enough for Lee. So it looks like Sentaro Sakai and Takuto Ota will be moving into the next round, and we're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with a lot more action.
阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸，体验的又是另一番风味。聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源，相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往。
All right, and we are back with the WSL International Wanning Pro QS 4000. Ben Wei in the booth, joined by Giada Legati this time.
Hello.
How's it going?
Really good. I'm very excited. We are officially underway here in China, and for the first time ever, I get to commentate with you, Ben.
We didn't get to meet up in India, did we?
No.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, so first time, and currently in the water we have Raul Borman from Brazil, who I'm pretty sure is not on your screen right now. That looks like our man in green. We have Yan Zhang in white, we have Taki Kanazawa in red, and Sunny Liu in the green.
Yeah, we've seen the conditions really pick up in the last two heats. And it's great. Here we have a replay. Is that blue?
Yep.
So that's Raul Borman. Gets a good one there. Driving across that flat section, really lays into the lip line for that finishing maneuver. And this was, is that white?
Yep, that's looking like
Yuan
white.
Zhang gets that first jam. You could see he needed to get over that deep spot, but he did predict that that thing would stand up a bit more, and it dies down. And here we have red, Taki Kanazawa. Hits that one high in the lip line, gets a bunch of board out. hooks it there in the pocket, keeping it close to the little power pocket. And you can see those little warbles. He's kind of timing his turns around those warbles in the face. Did a great job there. Late takeoff.
All right, so he takes off behind the lip. Nice first turn here. You can see that the surfers kind of have to maintain that speed and keep that board on the upper part of the face, because it's not easy out there. It doesn't have a lot of power like you would be hoping for, but it's still fun. It has those sections. It bowls up on the inside, especially with this tide. It's looking like it's only going to get better for now. But Raul Borman, he's been doing quite a few of these QSs in the back end of the year. I think his best result was a 9th in Manokwari, which we just had recently. And he started competing in 2017. That was his first WSL ever. So with a little bit of a break in the action, let's throw down to Dai with the winner of the last heat.
まずは第1ヒート、第1ヒートというかラウンド1、通過しました。このポイントでのサーフィンいかがでしたか？
結構来てから波普通にずっとあるんですけど、今日が一番ちっちゃくて、でもなんか結構たるめでいいのつかめば結構張ってくるんで、いいのをつかめるように頑張りました。
いいのを掴んでましたね。
はい、まあ結構でもタクト君1本目から7点出して、でも自分そのライディング見てなかったんですけど、いややばいと思ったんですけど、でもなんか乗れればいいの乗ろうと思って、まあちょっとキープビジー目指して頑張ってみました。
So tell us about your plans. What was your original plan in the heat and how did it go?
Yeah, it's got a roller smaller than yesterday and a little bit windy. Waves are pretty bumpy, so I was just trying to get like clean and good wall, like not too big one, just like good one. Just trying to get best one on the heat, and Takuro got a good one on the first wave, so I was a bit nervous, but just trust myself and yeah, I just try to have fun,
ここ海南島初めてということですが、いかがですか、過ごしてみて。
なんか海南島初めてで中国も初めてなんですけど、なんか結構前来てた人にも聞いて、なんか料理レストランいっぱいできてるって言って、なんか結構美味しいところいっぱいあっていいですね、最高です。
たくさんの方応援してくれてるので、最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
次のラウンドも頑張るので応援お願いします。
ありがとうございました。Thank you so much and good luck in the next round and back to you guys in the booth.
ありがとうございます。
All right, thank you so much, Dai. I was just saying that I've seen Sentaro quite a bit out in Karamas just before coming over here. He was training a little bit over on that side and said that he was going to fly home before flying here to China. It wasn't that long ago, so I think he's been pretty busy.
Yeah, and in that interview for our friends that don't speak Japanese, Dai was asking him, he was telling him that it was his first trip here. What do you think of Hainan? We'll watch this replay real quick. So I'm having a really hard time seeing the colors with our screen. We have a little bit of blur on there. But here we have red up and riding. Taki Kanazawa gets that really quick and vertical. Little bit of a bumpy face there, but he's really keeping that speed, trying to keep it on rail, not pumping the board too much, and taps that next section, seeing if there's anything left, able to draw it back. And it's almost getting to that tide where it starts to reform on that inside. So you could see that he was kind of trying to read the wave. Here we have a nice solid hit there. Gets a quick little setup tap, carves it back, waiting for this thing to grow, and hits that one late and gets that nose up and out, able to stomp it down. And so these guys are starting to really kind of find their footing in this heat. This one's a little bit fatter and foamy. You could see kind of buying some time for this thing to build up. Now building momentum. Digs in there, gets a nice gouge, puts it on rail, and setting. You see these guys kind of really trying to like play that game of, should I kick out now and try and get back out and get in a good priority position, or should I make sure I maximize and capitalize all the scoring opportunity? So as it gets bigger, it's gonna become a longer paddle. And we're going to see a lot of those guys kind of have to do that quick thinking of, do I go for another finishing maneuver, or have I already gotten the job done and get out of there quick and try to get back to the top of the peak?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And these surfers are at a level where they know the score they've got by the time they finish the wave. You know, they can feel what type of maneuver they had, so they can have an idea of when they finish that first section if they should continue or not to get those extra points. That's how high the level is in this event. Even though it's only a lower level QS, it is just as important. So It's gonna be great to see these scores hopefully get a little higher as we get that tide, starting to push some sets in. It's only gone to the 3.5 range. The judges kind of holding back on the scores. We haven't seen anything go to excellent just yet, but it's early days in the contest.
Yeah, you know what? I think in this first half of this heat, because we had 7.33 for Takto in that previous heat, we know that the potential's out there. We know that those sets are out there. I think they just haven't reached into these riders in this first 9 minutes of this heat. But we do have Taki Kanazawa in the lead, 3.57, 3.27. Here we have a replay. Is that Raul?
Yeah, that looks like Raul Borman on his forehand. Some good big hacks there. I'm really liking how he lays into it. He kind of really pushes that back foot and throws that big fan of spray out the back. So Raul, get back to that. This seems to be our man in white, Yang Zhang. So he's just picking one off in the inside, not really too interested of what's happening down there. And right behind him is Sunny Liu on his backhand. We'll see if he gets around this section. Unfortunately, does not. So it's an active heat. There's a lot of waves ridden, but we just haven't gone back past that 3 range. So I'm really hoping that towards the back end of this heat, they're going to dig deep and start throwing in those excellent scores.
It's also, here we go, another replay. Draws this one back, trying to read that, but you can see that those deep sections are just kind of starting to build. I think that swell energy is just moving with that tide. And here we have frontside. Draws that back. That's Yuan Zhang. Jams that one, gets the tail to release. Puts this one back, doing a great job of keeping the speed. A smaller, softer wave, but definitely reading this thing well and predicting that something else would happen. But it just kind of warbled out the power on that one. But with this reef, it's such an uneven reef that with the slightest change of tide, it starts popping up in new spaces, and then it starts disappearing in new spaces as well. So every heat's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, so live action, Raul Borman finding one runner that goes all the way down to the inside. He's going to stick with it. He finishes strong. That's a good-looking wave. He is currently in second, wants to get rid of that 3.33. The two local boys, Yan Zhang and Sunny Liu, close behind. Don't need massive scores, but it's plenty of time left on the clock. Raul Borman has spent a lot of time in the mental ice. I'm pretty sure he works or spends time on the Maki boat, surf guiding, and I know he's done quite a big season there the past couple years and spends most of his time in Bali now. So that's why he's doing these QSs here in Asia, because it's just easier for him to be, flying in and out from Denpasar than it is from Brazil, probably.
Yeah, short little jump over here. That's also why this place has such good potential of being such an amazing surf destination. Yeah. People coming from Japan like I did. I mean, it's a really quick little jump to go from full-on winter conditions to year-round tropical conditions here.
All right, good-looking wave. Taki Kanazawa, big blast off the top. Does it again. He gonna back it up, and I'm loving the scene. Taki Kanazawa really pushing it on those first 3 turns. That's probably going to be the best wave of this heat, and it's not done just yet. He's going to try take it all the way down to the inside, and unfortunately just pushes a little too hard, wasn't able to ride out of it, but Raul Borman wanting to answer back. Wow, that was an incredible ride from Taki. Behind him is Sunny Liu now. Good-looking wave. Let's see if he goes a little more critical. That was nice. Wraps it around again. A bit of a fumble there, but he manages to kind of wind wipe that one closed. This is a better exchange. I'm liking it. The level's starting to rev up a little bit in this heat.
I think they've just been lacking those sets. Look at these lines on the horizon now. I think we've just seen a big shift in the conditions. And this is Taki Kanazawa's last one. I really like this ride. Draws it off the bottom. Nice big hit, releasing the fins above the lip line. Snaps that one back. Constantly going off the bottom, off the top. No dead space on this one. You can see he almost clipped that front toe edge rail on that one. Able to recover. This warble comes up the face here. You see he absorbs it, but he's able to recover and fit in another one. And I think that just kind of offed his footing as we have Raul's jamming it back. Floats it up and over. Reading this one well. Nice hack there, releasing the fins. Gets another little tap there. And he was under priority, so he was just kind of finding that freedom of just checking out another one. Sunny Liu, I like this next turn. He throws a lot of spray. Somehow places it in the right spot to throw a lot of spray off that one into a big down carve. Gets a quick tap there. unfortunately catches the nose on a little backwash.
All right, live action now. This is Yuan Zhang. Nice carves out the back. He gets a little stuck there on the way down, but he's going to stick with it. Nothing happening on the inside. We'll see the replay later if he got some big blasts off the top. But Taki Kanazawa, a 5.33. So this is the replay of the wave we just saw of Yuan. So gets around that section. Good first carve here. Doesn't wait too long to get that second one in. I feel like these surfers have to really take advantage of that first section of the wave and make sure that they get those bigger scores in, because it does just drool away a little bit, so it's important.
That's so true. Getting into action quickly gives you that speed coming out, and if you miss that first section, you're stuck in a big open shoulder, and then you're having to rebuild all of that momentum once again.
Oh, here we go. Current heat leader backing up that 5.33. I'm loving his scene. He's going a little more critical, a little stronger on those turns, a little, harder off the top. That has that big fan of spray that you love in that classical surfing. So Taki really taking advantage of the situation. He's in good rhythm with the ocean. He got that best set of this heat for now, that 5.33. Now, what do you think of this replay?
I like this one. I think with these warbles, I liked his previous wave a little bit better, but he does a great job of getting over that first bubble. Little bit of a hang up. You can see these little backwash warbles are really kind of sticking them where they want to come out with speed. They're getting a little bit stuck having to come down the face. Really lays into that end section carve, but I think as far as rhythm-wise, I think that 5.33 was better. We'll see if that removes his 3.57. But yeah, I'm not the judge, but that's as far as a wave that I would like. I preferred the rhythm and the flow of the previous one.
Absolutely, that 5.33 was the best one I've seen for sure. He had so much power off the top. He didn't waste any time in between those turns. We didn't see a lot of those double bottom turns that kind of sometimes take those scores off, but he had that one straight line that the judges like to see. He didn't waste time, so it was a nice ride from Taki Kanazawa.
That's completely true. The judges love to see those maneuvers really linked from one to the next and not have that dead space in between, which unfortunately, if you've got those warbles coming up the face, you have nothing else except to deal with that and try and keep that speed, knowing that something else will probably happen.
Yeah, so Taki Kanazawa, if I'm not wrong, him and his brothers have had a couple Grom surf camps around Japan. I think Dai was telling me in the last contest. So they're big on the community and wanting to kind of give back to the younger generation. So it's exciting to see him in the contest still, and also trying to give that new input to the upcoming surfers.
That's really, really cool. So on that point, I'm sure that Taki's got a bunch of fans watching around the world, and we'll give a little situation call in Japanese. 今現在第1レッド 5.33 そして 3.73 第2ブルー 3.73 そして 3.40 第3ホワイト 2.90 2.83 2に上がるために必要なスコアが 4.23 そして4番グリーン 2.53 そして 1.77 2に上がるために必要なスコアが 4.60 残り時間8分15秒
Amazing.
I haven't done that since last year. I had to do that for beach announcement last year when we were in Miyazaki. But it's always a lot of fun, and I'm spending a lot of time in Japan, so it's really fun to kind of communicate for months at a time, primarily in Japanese.
I think that's amazing that you can speak fluent Japanese, and it's such an asset for us here, and get that extra information, get that extra detail in those post-heat interviews, and making sure everyone understands what's happening. So
I'm still learning from Dai Senpai, of course. I was listening to the Cloud9 contest and listening to True and Jesse and Dai and really kind of observing his live calls in Japanese, because I've learned Japanese on the street in informal education, but a ton of Japanese friends with a lot of fun conversations, and every year still trying to push the level.
You're doing great, in my opinion. I don't understand, but I think you're doing incredible.
That's why you think I'm doing great.
All right, and speaking of Taki Kanazawa, he had his best result just before this contest. He got a 5th in Baler, which was not long ago. We were there right after Taiwan. Unfortunately, Baler got hit by that typhoon, but they welcomed us with open arms. They picked up the town in no time, so it was great to see him kind of ripping. He is still a pro junior as well, so
and he took the first ride of the comp.
yeah, that's there's always a first. He took the first.
I think that was
ride.
actually just some repositioning there, but that was pretty fun to see.
You know, you can, if it's a good wave, it's a good wave, and they're gonna score it right or left. Right, he got a third in Hyuga, which is a great result in a pro junior, and he started competing in his first WSL in 2022, so not long ago.
It's interesting, as we did see Red kind of try to move his way over. Yesterday in the free surf, we saw the super strong Chinese competitor Wu Shidong. He was taking off on 2 peaks away from us over on the deeper side. So there are those options. And if you were under priority with pressure, you do have that option of trying to go deeper and trying to find something out of the range of everyone who's holding the higher priority and go off to no man's land. There he goes again. He's loving the ride. Love this backside jam into that one. He's just keeping busy and trying out some new zones.
I mean, why not? He's in a pretty comfortable lead right now. He has that 5.33 and that 3.73. So he's just getting to know this wave. It's different to be out there with only 3 other surfers out compared to when the whole QS is trying to catch waves. So it's smart.
For sure. And when you're out there, it's so tricky and trying to like find a marker on the beach and trying to find where the best lineup is. And it's so easy to kind of take off way too far on the shoulder. And you can see the locals really start behind the peak to make sure it stands up in front of them.
Yeah, that's right. And I know you have some information on this gorgeous place we are at right now. So give us a little bit of input. What's going on? What's happening around here?
So we'll let this one go by, but I'm so excited to talk about this place because I'm in love with Hainan. So Hainan is known as China's Hawaii. Tropical weather all year long. The coldest it gets is 17 degrees, which will be next month is their coldest season. Wow. So people from Russia, people from mainland China, people like me coming over from Japan are escaping the cold water and coming over to tropical conditions all year long.
Wow.
And you can see it's such a beautiful, lush place. It's volcanic, similar to Hawaii. You see all these palm trees. And not only this bay, there's 109 kilometers of coastline. So you've got multiple spots. You got a couple spots around the corner. You have 2 different bays that are known for surfing that are just up the beach. But there's got to be so many secret reefs. You can see the setup right here. When you get those strong south typhoon swells, because we're heading directly south facing here. So when those southern typhoon swells come through, they can wrap out off the top of that point and make these waves probably about 15 times longer than what we've seen today.
Oh, what? Can you imagine that long left? That's my dream.
If you look up Riyue Bay on Google and look at images, you will see this same angle sometimes with about 7 left-hand barrels in a row with guys in each barrel. It's insane. So the potential is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves here. I have a friend of ours, Pablo Moyu. He's from close by, and I constantly see him post videos of this place, and it's absolutely pumping. And I'm like, where is this? And he's like, this is Hainan.
Even the last couple of weeks, Pablo was getting me so charged up to come here, looking at all his photos and seeing how fun the waves were. And I'm going to be borrowing a board from him. So he's my savior at the moment.
And not only the waves, they just opened up that wave pool. That's just a 15-minute walk from where we are right now.
Dude, okay. So that wave pool, there's an edit right now by the kid Cruz Dunofa who does those backflips.
Okay, yeah.
He went there with that guy Zeke from California, that Japanese pro Reiki Masuda, who's a gnarly air guy.
Yeah.
And then the full Chinese prodigy girl, Patty Zhou, as we watch live action.
Raul, big hack off the top there. Really pushed the tail. Wraps it around again to back it up. This wave, a bit of whitewash on the face, but he manages nicely. A bit of a check in there and manages to really shut this one down. But we'll see if that's going to improve his scoreline. I'm liking the surfing he has, but it's more a bit of a flatter turns, I would say, compared to Taki Kanazawa's backhand. A bit more critical. Nice little flare there. Pushes the tail all the way around. Does it again here. This wave's going to stand up for him. Loving his red on red. Bit of a panan here. And he serves this one all the way in. I don't think it's going to really improve on his scoreline, but that 5-3-3 is looking really good as we get into the last 2 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit curious to see what Blue might have gotten for that last one. He was needing a 5.34 to take his position over, and we haven't heard that score yet, so he's probably just trying to build, trying to put a little bit of distance and solidify that first position. But as we watch a drone angle, I like this. Jams that little layback, but just as you were saying, that is a little more of an open face wave. He's doing a great job to keep speed. You see how he'd really stomp across that section, and he's got such a nice aggressive finish. Didn't have enough speed to really push the tail out like he did on the previous ones. And Taki blows this one out to Fakie, goes backwards a little bit there, and able to bring it out with speed. And that turn was beautiful. It just gets up and under, and fitting into all the little nooks and crannies. One thing I was going to mention between the contrast between blue and red is a backsider in these type of conditions is able to fit their body into those critical sections much more than someone who's on their front side. Just from the way your knees and your toes bend, you're able to get up and under and come out of those little steep spots without requiring as much room as you would if you were on front side.
Absolutely. You can just really open up that chest and open up that arm and just leads up. So it's just more, you can do more critical turns in a smaller amount of space, whereas if you're on your front hand, it's harder to go so vertical. You're absolutely right. He has a little bit more of an advantage, especially when it's not so big and you need to do a lot of turns in a small amount of space. So Taki Kanazawa still killing it though. Here we have a man in white catching up. A 4.8 is his requirement. He's going to stick with this one. That sharp eye looking really good under his feet. I'm loving the arms. You know, he has a good style to it, and he took that one as far as he could. Right behind him, Sunny Liu in the last 5 seconds wraps it around again. Unfortunately, goes down, just digs his rail a little bit. Raul Borman, I'm not sure if that was before or after the buzzer, but this heat has just run away from us. We will see if White gets the score he's looking for. A 4.8 is his requirement to get back into this heat and into the next round. So he's going to be hoping that that was enough. Waiting for some scores still, but it's looking like we're going to throw over to a quick break, and we'll catch you up in the next heat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived in the beautiful coconut city, Hainan. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is Haiko's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world.
All right, China is providing incredible lefts, and on your screen right now is heat 4 of this round of 48. We have Yuma Nagasawa in red, Shuma Nonaka in the blue, Dong Zihao in white, and Huang Yiji in the green. And just to give you an update of what happened in the last heat, we had Taki Kanazawa taking that one out with Raul Borman in second. Unfortunately for Yuan Zhang and Sunny Liu, they bowed out early, but I'm sure they learned so much just from that heat. It was their first time competing in a WSL event for both of them, so I'm pretty sure that they picked up a lot. I'm Jada Legati. I want to welcome back Truth Starling in the booth.
Yay! Thanks, Giada. Very happy to be back here. I mean, in the booth, but also back here in China, in Hainan at Riyue Bay. I mean, there's so much, on offer here, and it looks like it's glassing up a little bit, cleaning up. So it's looking like the conditions are really fun right now.
Yeah, it is, and the sun is out. Yesterday we had a bit of a stormy, rainy day, and it's nice to see this place with the sun. I feel like it really changes the environment and the vibe of it. But so we had a bit of an update in the schedule. We're going to be finishing this men's round of 48 and going straight into the women's pro junior round of 20. So it's only 2 heats, but finishing off the day strong.
Yeah, let's see it. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, this is live action.
All right, this was a quick ride from our man in white. Already a 167 under his name, so getting things early. He's not going to be just sitting around and waiting for the waves to come to him. So a couple things on Yuma Nagasawa, who is in this heat. His best result this year was in Manokwari. He got a 5th. That was just before this event. So a bit of a back-to-back there. After Baler, they all went straight to Manokwari. He is still a junior, and his best results in the Pro Junior was getting a second 3 times this year. So he got second in Krui, Nias, and Manokwari.
No way.
Yeah, so still hasn't gotten that win yet. So he's going to be hoping that maybe in this event he'll finally get it.
Yeah, second obviously is an amazing result. It's such an incredible thing to achieve. But I know for Yuma, he's looking for that win. He's hungry. And to get second 3 times in a row, he's probably thinking, okay, it's my time now. I'm here for, this event. There's both the QS and the Pro Junior. He's got 2 opportunities to go for the W.
All right, here is our man in white. Beautiful blast off the top there. Unfortunately, just falls on that second one, but I'm loving his style. Right behind him is Huang Yiji. Nice 2-turn combo there. That was really sharp and fast. So he's going to be hoping for something a little more on the inside. Unfortunately, decides to pull off. That was actually really nicely done.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave. Really fast and whippy on the backhand. I really liked it for Huang. It was really cool to see that. And wow, Yuma.
All right, our man in red, one big blast, really pushed the tail there. Unfortunately, just falls off. I don't think that's going to be deemed complete, but we've got a heat in our hands. There's a lot of action happening already. I'm excited to see the last 2 waves of green and white.
Yeah, me too. This is super exciting. I'm feeling like, for the surfers in green and white, they're both Chinese surfers. They've got such great support teams here, with the coaches that are supporting them. And I think it's cool to find all that knowledge as well and being able to review on the beach. Replay here, really nice backhand surfing. The wave just going a little bit flat. And then for Huang Yiji, this one just locked in at a 4.33. So starting off a heat like this, that is huge, and a great feather in the cap for him as well. I mean, he'd be feeling really confident off the back of those first 2 turns. And then this one, wow, Yuma, that could have been a big score. Looks like he just extended a little bit too early and just got knocked off his board in that whitewash, unfortunately, Giada.
Wow, I love that wave from green. He looked flawless and a lot of speed. I was really liking what he did there. It kind of surprised me as well because that wave didn't have so much potential. Yeah. But he did those 2 turns in a really fast section, so I'm excited to see him get a bit of an open face one and see what he gets done. This live action, though, is our man Yuma Nagasawa. 2 good turns there. Loving the flare of the arms every time that board just connects with the lip. So unfortunately wasn't able to ride out of that last one. We'll see him get back out there in time, under priority, keeping busy, not wanting to get those nerves really creep in on him. So it's smart stuff there from Yuma. This looks like Shuma Nonaka on his backhand. Nice turn there. Doesn't get around that section. We'll wait to see if there's a little bit more live action before we throw down with Ben and the winner of the last heat.
Thanks so much, guys. Here with the winner of the round 1 heat number 3, Taki Kanazawa from Japan. まずおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今回, so I'm going to ask him it's his first time here in Hainan. Ask him what he thinks of this wave. 今回初めてもうこの波もどうですか？
そうですね、練習してた時より波がちっちゃくなってて、結構波選びが難かったんで、その中でもいい波を乗れたので良かったです。
So you said compared to his practice sessions, the size dropped a little bit, so he had to deal with that. But he was pretty stoked on the way things went. My next question is going to be, what was going on with going right on a left-hand front point break? 右も2回ぐらい2本取って、それなんかオプションかリポジショニング何でした？
そうですね、プライオリティなかったんで、とりあえずまあちょっと乗っとこうかなと思ってレギュラーでレイバック狙ったんですけど、結構波ちっちゃかったんでできなかったです。
So he was under priority. He had that freedom. He thought he might just try out going right, and he got that little layback, so he was stoked. So 最後日本の応援してる方いっぱいだからメッセージお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次も頑張るので応援お願いします。
ありがとうございます。Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ben. Congratulations, Taki Kanazawa. Surfed a great heat, a 5.33. Very stylish surfer. He didn't waste a lot of energy and movements that he didn't need to, so it was nice to watch. Big fan of spray every time he kind of did those carves. Couple replays.
Yep, let's take a look at them. This is Huang Yiji. Really nice backhand slash there. Really driving through those turns. I love how he just, really pushes off that tail. You can see the momentum and the flow with this wave. I like how he's not trying to rush each turn. He's just seeing the sections and saying, okay, this is the turn that I want. This is how I want to approach it. Right now, this is a replay of Zihao Dong's last wave as well. A couple of really nice fluid turns, maybe a little bit of a smaller wave. You can see it gets a little stickier as he comes into that inside, and that's just showing the wave lacking in that little bit of power. And then live action from the drone, you can see, wow, look how beautiful it is here.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. Our man in white, Dong Zihao, a good looking wave, looking like he got a couple nice turns out the back. It wasn't just that one turn that we kind of caught up with him on this live. But here's a replay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. We missed his first turn from the front on angle, so that was nice. Really whippy. He's got that second turn on lock, just really making most of these sections. And I like the approach on this wave. Snap to carve, back to a snap. It was a good approach. Now it's, hopefully he can start to open up a little bit more and bring in a little bit more power.
Yeah, you're right. And I like that he had that one line we were talking earlier with Ben, that the judges really appreciate when they don't have that double bottom turn or kind of pumping too much. And he kind of did that. He had a good flow. He had only one line throughout that whole wave, and the maneuvers were smooth. He didn't waste energy where he didn't need to. His upper body wasn't like flailing around too much. So it was nicely done. I think that's going to be a pretty good score, and it comes in at a 3.17. So that's his best score for now. Gets him straight into second spot. Right behind him, though, this is Yuma Nagasawa, wanting to get his name back into that first and second spot. So we'll see what he does. Really pushes it down there. Unfortunately, just gets a little stuck behind and wasn't able to ride out of it. But usually that inside section doesn't have too much happening anyway.
Yeah, it feels like it hits this big hole and this big bottle of water. It just goes, section of water. It kind of goes into this fat sort of zone, a bit of a channel. The wave, you can see it literally losing power. So it definitely feels like, from the first 4 heats that we've seen of the first day of the event, my gut instinct right now is making the most of those first sections with big power turns.
Yeah.
And the judges are going to love that. And I feel like, you're looking at the 5s from Taki, thinking back to Pajar as well. They found those almost sort of bigger waves, but the waves just opened up more, particularly at the start, and they were able to just go big snap into a carve into another big snap, and they got good scores from that.
Yeah, you're right, and I was saying that to Ben earlier. You really need to take advantage of that first part of the wave, because that's where your big scores are going to be. You can get maybe a 0.5 or a 1 on that inside section, but if you want to be getting those 5s and 6s, you need to really go big on the outside, where you can get the rail really dug in and throw that spray that everyone loves to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty crazy, how it can you can change your heat and you can really change the trajectory of how you're going to go based on if you hit that first section and you hit it well.
Yeah.
You know, and it gets everyone excited. You know, we sit here and we're like, whoa, you know, that was cool. That was cool to see Yuma go for it on that first turn, you know, or whoever it is. And I feel like that's, you know, talking about Yuma, that's why we've seen him get 3 seconds in the Pro Junior events and getting a 5th at Manakwari as well. Is, you know, it's just a credit to going big straight away.
Yeah, and it's that textbook competitive surfing. You know, when you're growing up and you have a coach, it's always pretty much going to be the same. It's you have to do that first big turn and that last big turn. And unfortunately here, it's harder to get that last finishing turn, so you have to do at least 1 or 2 big ones out the back and kind of get the judges' attention and refresh it a little bit. It's exciting to watch someone do something new or something big.
Yeah, 100%. And I think too, you know, I just feel like it's wave selection really comes into play. You know, if you're not on those good waves, it doesn't matter who you are. The scoring potential is really limited and it gets capped. So I feel like, you know, finding the good ones out there is definitely key.
You know, you came here last time they had the contest, and you keep saying that this place has changed so much.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit what's been changed, what's happening, what's new around town, and what's old.
Literally everything feels new. It is pretty incredible. You know, it's almost been 6 years since the last time I've been here, and everything has changed. Everything is new. Even the hotel that we're staying in right now, the one nearly 6 years ago, it had a Hawaiian style vibe to it. It was super crazy, and now it's a little bit more upmarket.
Yeah, all right. So just before we get back to that, this is a good looking wave from our man Yuma. Good turn there. It's a long one. It's giving him sections on the inside. He's pumped. He's excited. That was probably one of the biggest waves I've seen all afternoon. So I can't wait to watch that replay. I'm really hoping he got some work done on the outside. But by the way his body language was, it looks like he did.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. Digest it. Wow, look at this first section. Oh, that was spicy. Lots of speed, lots of whip and power from Yuma. Gets a little bit hung up there, but recovers really, really well for this turn. I mean, he's just found a good wave. You can see he likes it. You see that passion shine. Yuma Nagasawa, he's also a rapper as well. We saw him rap in one of those heats in Nias, which is super cool with Daiwako. So hopefully we can bring that out in one of these post heats. We'll see. But yeah, that was a good wave. That's probably going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, Khan, maybe he could go straight to first after that one. I think that was a really well surfed wave and a lot bigger than what the other rides have been. But you're right. So Yuma, a bit of a rapper. He's got his YouTube channel if anyone wants to check it out. He's a bit of a cool guy. I've seen him walking around with his bandana and glasses on. So a great character to have around this contest. And his last score is still to come through, but it's looking like it's going to be the best one. A 5.0 pushes him straight to first. So a great ride from Yuma.
Wow, yeah, straight up into the lead, and he just found that wave like we were talking about. It opened up, it allowed him to go big, and yeah, he really capitalized, and he didn't make any mistakes either. He didn't falter. It was just like, yep, this is what I do. I'm here to do what I do and show that I can surf and surf well, and he's having another look here.
All right, he is under priority, wants to get rid of that 273. Good first turn there, wraps it around, doesn't waste a lot of time between that first and second turn. He does it again. I'm loving this wave. Under priority, a big fan of spray. He's liking it. Throws up to the judges like, what else do you want?
Yeah, seriously, he's finding the groove. He's in rhythm out there right now. I mean, how's the passion and the energy that he's just vibing off of? I mean, Yuma, you know, we're used to seeing the personality shine through, and to see it come so early in this event is amazing. Let's take another look. Love that little bit of a fade as well, and then just hits that first section. This is where he really starts to open up. Goes to the rail, absolutely belts it there, just throwing a fan of spray, and once again, even stronger. And yeah, Yuma Nagasawa is feeling it, and he's showing up in this heat so far.
His turns are so whippy and fast. I mean, that board changes direction so quickly. I would never be able to do something like that.
Yes, you would. I've seen you do things like that. Don't even do that.
I think the dumplings in Taiwan got me. So.
Fair few.
But yeah, he's so fast, and this wave was under priority. I think he's gonna be backing up that 5. I mean, for me, that was one of the best rides we've had this heat. You're right. I like that change of direction he had in that first part. You know, got a little bit stuck behind, but recovered really nicely all through fins out the back. You can see it from the drone angle. So good done, and 4.60 to back up that 5. And he's not stopping. I mean, he's going straight at it again. He's on the groove. He's found his rhythm out there, and I love when you see those competitors really take out that competitive side. Right behind him, our man in blue, little Grom on his backhand. He sets it up again. Bit more of an upside down there. He gets around the section. That was way better. I'm loving it. A bit of a smaller wave, but he only has that 1, 2, 3. So he wants to get surfing. He wants to get some waves under his belt and some scores.
Yeah, I liked that. I feel like he had good flow. It's just that wave size that was really tricky there for Shuma Nonaka. I think, yeah, he's got a real whippy backhand. So I'm excited to see what he can do on a wave that really starts to open up. And here we go.
All right, Dongzi Hao on his backhand. Local surfer, good big blast. This wave, unfortunately, going a little flat there. Manages to stay with it. Doesn't lose the speed. A nice cut back there, but this wave just not offering much on the inside. And it's what we were talking about earlier, that wave selection and being able to be on the best ones is really important on a day like today.
Yeah, it really is. It allows, you know, for those bigger scores, and you can see where the judges are capping it, and you can see why as well. You know, the waves are too small. Even for Shuma Nonaka, the surfing was good. It was a 273, but the wave was too small. He needs to be on something bigger. Let's look at it, you know, and try and understand why it was a smaller wave. He did unfortunately catch a bit of rail there, but this turn was really nice, and I love this one as well. He opened up a little bit more. You could see the speed really starting to shine through. And then this one of Dongzi Hao, really quick whippy surfing, just gets up into the lip so fast. But yeah, that wave unfortunately fattens out again. It doesn't even go into the top 2.27. So both Dongzi Hao and Shuma Nonaka really need to be in a good priority rotation first and also find themselves on a good wave.
Shuma Nonaka is he's so young as well. I think this is all just like a learning experience for him at this point in time. I mean, his best result was a 17th in Tokonoshima and a 25th in all the Pro Juniors. But he's a Grom. I mean, if you look at him, he's tiny. So this is all a huge learning curve for him. I don't think he's putting so much pressure to get a result just yet. I mean, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but he learns so much at already at such a high level. And this on your screen is our man Huang Yiji. Good blast there, gets around this section. Let's see if he does a little more on the inside. Loving that one. Big change of direction for his board. He's gonna stick with it. He wants to milk this one all the way. So I'm liking that wave from Green. He's currently in second. He wants to get rid of that 3.33. Had the best score previous to Yuma Nagasawa's 5 and 4.6.
Yeah, no, I'm interested to see where that goes. I mean, he needs to better a 3.33, so let's see. He's got 5 minutes to, you know, potentially get another wave and do that. I liked this wave. Let's see it. It's a little bit bigger. Bit of a roll in to start. That first turn was really strong. Lots of power in it. Bit of downtime here. Check turn to set up for this one right there for Huang Yiji. I think on the inside here, he kind of is just trying to put together the dots. I mean, he gets hung up, but that first kind of 3-turn moment out the back, that's where a bulk of the scores will come from on that wave.
Yeah, so 4.5 left. This heat is running away from us. We're just waiting for the scores of green and white to come through. But, okay, something else that's new around this area is the wave pool.
Yeah.
So I am so excited to see that thing.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be different. I haven't seen one like this, so I'm really looking forward to see how it works and, you know, what it's going to, you know, provide. Hopefully get a surf out there.
Yeah, I do hope so. I know I've already seen some great clips drop. Just off the top of my head, Joel is one of them. I saw an incredible, Jesse showed us an incredible clip, as well as Zeke, I think, came here not long ago, and he was telling me about it, and I was like, wow, actually, I would love to go and try that wave pool in China. And then this contest came up, and so here we are, and hopefully we get to try it too. I don't think I'll be able to do any of those big airs, but you're definitely going to be seeing a couple clips of us out there.
Yeah, 100%. Couple of big turns.
Yeah.
Big forehand snaps.
I'll be all over that left.
Yeah.
I'm not touching that right. You know.
I'll wave from you over at the right.
Yeah, because I missed out on the staff surf session in Korea because unfortunately I got locked in my room. So
oh my god, I forgot about that.
I didn't even really get to try the pool there. I was so upset. I only got there in the last 10 minutes.
I forgot about that. That was so crazy.
And I was, because the rooms that we had the view of the pool, so I was watching everyone surf that session. Well, and I was just in my bikini with my board waiting to go and just locked in my room. It was pretty upsetting, actually.
That is actually
a bit of a traumatizing moment, but it's all right. This time, I'm not getting locked into any rooms, and I'm going to definitely be there for that session.
Oh, absolutely. It's happening.
I get priority, guys.
My wave. It was actually so good. I feel like you find the wave that you want, and then everyone's like, yeah, you go that. Okay, thanks.
All right, 2 minutes 20. It's looking like Yuma is going to take a look at this one. Current heat leader wants to get rid of that 4-6. Good blast off the top. Wraps it around again. Love that he pushed that tail out. Liking that third one as well. He's going to do a bit of a float here. Takes this one all the way to the inside. I mean, why not? With 2 minutes left and in the lead, he's just going to milk that one all the way.
I liked it. Yuma Nagasawa, he's got some really, really good wave magnet sort of energy on right now. That was a great first turn. Driving through the second one, loving the variety. Belted again to finish. Really clean, concise surfing from Yuma. It's exactly why he's in the lead right now. He can still see and feel the energy, but it just wasn't as, electric as what we were seeing, as he's pulled off on the last couple of waves. But I liked it. That was a good-looking wave for Yuma Nagasawa.
All right, here we have our man, Shuma Nonaka. Big turn off the top. Good looking wave here. He does it again. Sticks to that power of the wave, close to the whitewash. Unfortunately, gets a little hung up there. Isn't able to ride out of it, but those 2 turns were really nice. So that's Shuma fighting back.
Yeah, he's ready. He's like, hang on a second. 1 minute. There's still enough time for me to come back in this heat. He needs a 5.03. Has to be the best wave of the heat. We'll see. But I love this. I love that he is just, you know what? I'm not going to give up just yet.
Yeah, he's not giving up. 50 seconds left. I think it's going to be a great learning curve. I don't know if it's going to be that 5 to get himself back into this heat, but he's learning so much. It's early days for him. He has a big, bright future ahead of him. So this right now, though, is Dong Zihao live action on his backhand. Wastes no time in between those turns. Gets around this whitewash. A bit of a float there. He's really trying to milk this one all the way through. He wants every point he can get. This wave hopefully bowls up for him, and it doesn't. So he'll be pulling off there. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, wow, this is a really, really, close back end of this heat. We've got pretty much 10 seconds to go, but I don't know. I just don't see that being the 4.59, unfortunately. It feels like he needs to lift a little bit more, and time's running out.
Yeah, it is. So it's looking like that's going to be the result. Yuma Nagasawa and Hwang Yiji first and second. We're going to throw to a quick break before we see you in Heat 5.
精彩，正如那不断律动的日月，波涛，孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，他的答案是这样的。 它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。它是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进人中，它是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻。
What an incredible setup to finish up 2025. This is the last US event in 2025. Back into the action. We're now into men's round of 48, heat number 5. Shohei Kato, currently in the CS Tour, is in this heat in the red jersey, and Evan Tang in blue, Shuai Wang in white, Jiao Wu in green. So one CS surfer up against 3 local Chinese surfers.
Wow.
What a heat.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm ready to see it. I mean, Shohei Kato, he's got such a, incredible, he's had such incredible performances this year on both the QS and Challenger Series. So the experience that he can give in this heat for the rest of the surfers is going to be really cool.
Right. It's a great opportunity to surf against. Well, speaking of Shohei, he was up and riding. This is a replay of last of Shohei. Nice float and come around and nice turn, hitting a section nicely without any rush. But unfortunately, it comes unstuck in the end. But still, great combination from Shohei. The first wave comes in at 2.83 and 1.5 for Shuai Wang and 0.50 for Jihao Wu. So for almost 3 minutes and a half in, and a couple of scores locked in, but not major scores.
Yeah, nothing major just yet. I feel like in that last heat, actually, to be honest, in the first 4 heats of the day, we've been seeing if you're getting 4s and 5s, you're making it through heat. So it's kind of like those stock standards, pocket 4s, pocket 5s.
Right.
That's really going to be helping. But they're hard to find out there in the sense of those waves. It's a little bit slower for them to come through. So yeah, I'm feeling like wave selection is going to be of peak importance.
Definitely, wave selection is going to be the key factor to get through this heat. But as we have a little break in action, we're going to cross over to Ben with last heat winner Yuma Nagasawa.
Thank you, guys. Here with the winner of round 1, heat number 4, Yuma Nagasawa. おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
すごいユーマ、スタイルかっこいい。このバンダナのさっきライブでラップの話。ラップよくやってますか？
ラップ、はい、YouTube でも曲配信してて、もしよかったらチェックしてみてください。
Alright, so I was saying we love his style with the bandana. The girls were talking about his rapping career in the last heat, and he said you can find his songs on YouTube. So he's active with that. Super exciting. 今度曲作りましょう。
はい、作りましょう。
僕トラックメーカーだから。
熱い。
やりましょう。And so, second is he's coming from Chiba, where I used to live, where the water is really cold, and he's able to get out of a 4-mil wetsuit into a 2-mil spring. So I want to ask him how much difference in performance having less rubber on his body. もう千葉、今分かった？千葉は冷たい。もう本当4ミリ大体多分今ほど。で、スプリングスーツでサーフィンと、もうすごくルースと、どんな感覚だった？
そうですね、千葉やとやっぱり寒くて結構もうそろそろブーツもいるんじゃないかなってぐらいなんですけど、こっちは思ってたよりちょっと冷たいけどウエットとか海パンでサーフィンできて気候もあったかくて最高です。
So he said, yeah, it's just on the border of booty season in Chiba, and to be able to come over here, we're less of a wetsuit. He said it's actually a little bit colder than he had expected, but yeah, it definitely felt really well.
それで日本の応援している方にメッセージお願いします。 ちょっとこの前のマノクアリで優勝できんくて、ワールドジュニア行けんくて、なんかその悔しさと皆さんに申し訳ないって気持ちがちょっと試合になるとぶり返してしまって、最初の方体硬かったんですけど、こんな俺じゃあかんなと思って海の中で切り替えれたんで、このまま突き進んでかますっす。応援お願いします。
ありがとう。次のラウンドも頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。お気に。
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Ben and Yuma. Beautiful interview with Ben and Yuma. Just like he mentioned, he's good rapper, and Ben is also track maker. So
Stop it.
So they were
collab.
Yeah, they were talking about a collab. So
no way.
That's gonna happening in
this has to happen.
Yeah, has to be happen in this event, but that'll be great.
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
Closing ceremony.
Yeah, the closing
They've got
ceremony.
time to practice. Okay, this is a replay of this one for Zihao Wu. Really speedy surfing it, locked in at a 2. So it's his best wave so far. I feel like wave size, limiting it here. Wow, he's up and riding again.
Wow, this is a live action. Love the finishing down, but this is surfing white. Beautiful wrapping cut back to stay in the pocket. This wave just gives him a great opportunity. Unfortunately, couldn't quite right out of the section. Unfortunate for surfing white Shuai Wang. So that was his second wave. Shohei Kato with first priority, sitting there for quite a long time now, 5 minutes in, and looks like surfing blue up and riding. Quick in and out from Ivan Tang, needing 2.20 to go into the second moment. Shuai Wang now needs 1.01 to go into the second, so no major points yet in this heat.
Here we go. This is the replays. This is Shuai Wang locked in at a 2.07. You can see the power that he has on offer in this wave out here. Really good flow, but unfortunately that just section and that turn kind of killed it a little bit. And then this one for Zihao Wu, it was a 2.2, so this is his best wave as well. Gets that really nice snap in. You could see the timing, you could see the spray really just being pushed out the back of that wave. So I liked it. I feel like for Zihao Wu and also for Shuai Wang, they're applying pressure early onto Shohei Kato, but he still has the best wave of the heat in that 283.
283, so he's just patiently waiting for the right ones. But I like how Zihao Wu's approach to the heat. He's trying to be keep himself really busy, get those inside ones. I think that's a good plan to just be busy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think staying busy, being busy on those good waves as well, it's so important in these events, particularly when the waves are kind of slow and there's not really much going on. So I like the approach from the Chinese surfers, and they must be training here a lot and experiencing this wave, so they know the secret spots. They know sort of the good little positions to be in regards to where to be sitting. You can see they're a fraction wider of everyone else, and I'm thinking, is that a positioning thing, or is it because that's where they want to be? Kind of feels like a little bit of local knowledge that they might have, and a bit of an edge over the rest of the surfers in the draw.
Definitely, local knowledge works in this condition, because you know how tight the lineup is. Everyone so close to each other right now in the lineup. But that little adjustment is really important, because there's, as I mentioned before, there is a big rock in a lineup, and it's kind of tricky whether you want to go stay at the back or maybe right side of the rock, or left side of the rock. It's just totally different approach, and it gives you different approach on the wave. So it's tricky. But you've surfed here before, but you haven't surfed here this time yet?
Not this trip yet. Haven't even really had the time or the chance. Well, I did yesterday, but by the time I was had the opportunity to, it looked really bad.
Right.
And really crowded. And I just was not in that space. But I remember surfing here last time, and I remember the wave was really fun. And there was definitely some cool opportunities. Let's see, Shohei. Wow.
That was a huge first turn from Shohei Kato. Straight into the second, little hang up on the second turn, but still managed to ride out of it. So beautiful two-turn combo from Shohei Kato. Currently sitting the third place, needing only 0.74. That probably put him into the lead because I see the first one was really on point. And what did you think?
I liked it. This first turn, bang, really smooth, really good approach, great power. A little bit hung up on the second one, but you can see the wave just really starting to fizzle out. So I think Shohei made the most of that first section, and I think he's going to be rewarded. It feels like one of the better turns in this heat that we've seen.
Probably he is top seeded guy, but probably late entry that put him into the first run. But back in the live action, the first turn was amazing. Great vertical off the top. It gets a little layback turn in there. Currently, it's in the lead. Probably trying to get rid of the 2.0 and gets this finishing turn. So beautiful combination from Surfing Green, Jihao, Wu. But Shohei's second wave locks in 3.43. That put him into the lead. Now he is in the first place. Jihao now needs 3.76 with this one.
I liked this wave, love the approach for this first turn, and this one here as well. I forgot about that one, but this one I kind of really put him in a weird zone. You could see the backwash there, and I feel like when you do those turns, you almost want the power coming back at you, but recovered so well. Gets straight up and into it with a nice vertical hit to finish. So it was a good wave. Goes into the top two, which is exactly what he needed. Might even be his best, but I feel like from here on out, he needs to be, finding those better waves and the better opportunities.
Right. He did a good job to improve his situation. He's still sitting in the second place. The last wave wasn't enough going to the first, but still 2.50 he got rid of the backup score. So definitely he's done a good job there, creating a bigger gap, to white and blue. 12 minutes left on the clock. There's plenty of time left still. A lot of opportunities for all the surfers.
Yeah, and you can see as well if you're looking at the last one of Zihao's 2.5 and then you compare it to the 3.43 of Shohei Kato's. Wu did a lot of turns on that wave and he did a lot of surfing, but the quality of Shohei's really shined, and it really was quite predominant in regards to where that score went. So I think the judges are saying, we love the surfing and it's really cool to see, but quality over quantity, and
Definitely.
We want to see those big one-turners as opposed to maybe four that are still really good but lack as much power as what we saw with Shohei's, and that is really the experience showing through from the Challenger Series so far.
Definitely, and I like how he drew the line in the bottom as well. He just stay in the pocket, just drive through the bottom turn and then straight into vertical off the top. So that combination gave him a great point, which comes in at 3.43. So definitely how you draw the line is really important to get the points. But on screen, back live action, we have stuff in white, nice vertical off the top. It's a little bit fatters out and dies out, unfortunately. So one single maneuver, but beautiful vertical off the top from surfing white Shuai Wang. Currently sitting in the third place, needing 2.63. On the screen, we have Xiao up and riding. Nice slash turn to start with. A nice bottom turn and straight into the vertical off the top. I love this wrapping cut back there, but didn't really ride out of it. Still good combination from Jihao, needing to get rid of the 2.20.
Yeah, even just to try and, find and fight for that 3.76 as well for him would be really, really cool. So we'll see where that comes through for him. I'd love to see that again and kind of just break it down. I feel like he's got a really cool style and you can see that he's really light and fast on his feet.
Well, looks like Shohei's up and riding on this beautiful face wave. Beautiful two-turn combo. There was a tight section to hit two maneuvers, but he managed to put a decent maneuvers.
I loved that. 2 good turns. The first turn through, so much spray. You could see the power really shining through, and that's the first wave that I've seen really, hold up for a good closeout second turn. He really made the most of that and bang, belts it there for Shohei Kato. Really, really strong 2-turn connection. He'll be well rewarded for that die. I think that's definitely, once again, best wave of the heat.
Definitely, I totally agree with you. It's gonna be a best heat score in this heat because he got the quality, and that was a steeper section. So that 2-turn combination will be really rewarding for Shohei Kato. So 8 minutes and 40 seconds left. Still waiting for the last of Shohei Kato to lock in, but looks like surf up and riding on the right. So nice first turn, surf all the way to the inside. It gets the finishing turn, unfortunately comes unstuck. But I believe that's the first time we see going right.
Yeah, well, the natural footer in me is loving it. And, finding one of these rights on the left-hand point is a tricky thing to do. So, props for doing that, but I do feel like the lefts definitely have the better scoring potential out there right now.
Right.
But I loved it. I probably would have gone right too, to be honest.
Right, Shuai is up and riding, currently sitting third place, needing 2.86. Nice second turn, throwing buckets of sprays. It's a nice transition in between turns. Beautiful surfing from surfing white. Couple good turns already locked in. So needing a 2.66 to go into the second, and kind of feeling that he just done that job.
I think so as well. That was really smooth, good surfing, a bigger wave as well. You can see really good flow. He goes straight to the rail. Good bottom turn here. Belts it, and that was nice. A really good change of direction with the board. Really good, water placement as well. He's just throwing lots of spray. You can see he gets a little bit hung up there, a little bit stuck, but he does so well to regroup through to the inside and just kind of squeeze out a couple of extra points. So needing a 2.66, and I agree, Di, I feel like he could really challenge for that.
Right. Still waiting for the last of whites to lock in, but looks like a good score for Shuai Wang. So 2.80, it's enough to move into the second place. But Shohei's last wave locked in 4.33. Just like you mentioned, it's the highest score in this heat.
Yeah, 4.33. That's really good to have in the back pocket, and we've been seeing, 4s and 5s be, really big or key factors into why people are progressing through to that next round. So for Shohei, he's looking like he's sitting in a really strong position and feels like it's kind of a battle for second.
Yeah, I got the same feeling too. It's pretty much a battle for second place, but probably we'll be seeing Shohei's will take a different approach from now on, because he's already locked in 4.33. Definitely he's looking forward to improve his situation right now, looking for like 5 and 6. So definitely he's gonna take another approach.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah.
I love, Shohei. I feel like he's such an explosive surfer. He's got so much power, and I'm looking forward to seeing what else he can bring to the table, particularly in, hopefully the pointier ends of the draw as well, and see how far he can go. But, well, here we go. This is live action.
Shuai up and riding, but quick in and out. He needs to get rid of the 2.07, but looks like this is an important way for surfing green, needing 2.38 to go into the second. Nice couple of turns to start with, surfing all the way to the inside. A lot of cutbacks, but gets the finishing turn. Unfortunately, he comes unstuck. Didn't really ride out of it, but still small score for requirement for Zihao. There's still 5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
Looks like the set is approaching to the lineup. Looks like the condition is improving.
It feels like it is. It feels like the waves are getting a little bit bigger and a little bit better. And that's great. It's a really great sign for the rest of the day. We are going to go into the women's round of 20, heats 1 to 2. So we'll see the women's pro junior, I should say, round of 20. and that's really cool to see that. And here we go, a bit of a paddle, bit of a split peak action.
Wow, split peak action, but we stay with the surf in white. Nice first turn, quick in and out actually. I thought he's gonna go surf all the way to the inside, but decided to kick out and probably regain priority over green and blue. 4 minutes left on the clocks. We didn't see the surf in blue, the split peak. He went to right, but with a 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Ivan Tang sitting the fourth place, needing 4.07. So it's a 0.67 for the last of Ivan Tang. He went to right, so probably not a great wave. Still, there's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Plenty of time.
Yeah, definitely time for him to try and find another one of those good running lefts. Oh wow, live action.
Wow, he is, well, actually, the last wave for Jihao comes in at a 2.63. Now he's moving into the second. Shuai now needs 2.33 to go back into the second. Ivan Tan now needs 4.33. So it's just like you said, it's battling for the second place right now.
Yeah, it really is, and that's, you know, Shohei right now, you look at where he is in the leaderboard, he's leading with first priority. Just in and out there for Evan, but yeah, he's leading with first priority. He's in a really dominant spot to just own the last pretty much 3 minutes of this heat. So for Shohei, he just needs to be smart in keeping Zihao off the next best wave, really, who's still paddling back out. So now it's just time to kind of try and stop Shuai Wang and Evan Tang from, you know, getting their best waves in this heat in the next 2.5 minutes.
What do you think Shohei is thinking right now? He's trying to...
I reckon he wants to better the 3-4-3.
Yeah, that's for sure. And probably he's trying to surf and he's just trying to do a practice surfing at the moment. But looks like important wave for surfer green, trying to get rid of the 2.50. Nice floats straight into the curve. But unfortunately, wave didn't offer too much after that. We have Shohei up and riding, couple of turns, but decided to kick out.
Yeah, you could see maybe just a little bit of energy lacking in that wave. Oh, here we go.
Important wave for Shuai, needing a 2.33, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So quickly back to the lineup to regain the higher priority. There's 1 minute and 30 seconds left. So it's a little bit of paddle battle between Shohei and Shuai right now. So Shuai got a second priority with 1 minute 20 seconds. That's really great move from Shuai, actually. It's a crucial moment for him. He is currently sitting in third place, needing 2.33. And looks like there's going to be another set approaching.
Yeah, wow, that is a really, I agree, Dai, it is a crucial moment. You know, that that's put him back in a really good position.
Oh, a little bit of paddle from Shuai, but looks like Surfing Blue up and riding, needing 4.33. He goes down, and Shohei is up and riding. Nice first sound, love the throwing a lot of spray straight into the second. And beautiful surfing from Shohei Kato, but this wave didn't really offer the steeper section. Trying to be, staying in the pocket. Gets the third turn in, and yeah, it's a beautiful surfing from Shohei Kato, but probably he was expecting more like steeper section.
Yeah, I think so as well. I feel like it was almost just a victory lap, that wave, and I still think it's going to go into his top two. It's going to better the 3-4-3 for sure.
Right, definitely. And it's a 4.00, just like you said, through Shohei, improving his situation. But this is Jihao up and riding. But looks like it's Shohei Kato and Jihao Wu moving through to the next round. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with a lot more actions with the men's side.
I'm a trendsetter, I'm a go-getter. When they see me, everybody wanna beat me out. Picture me rolling out, cruising down the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, now arrived in the beautiful coconut city, Haikou. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is Haikou's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world. Here, we ride the waves. Here, passion comes alive.
You see, this is Haikou's vibrant energy. It's so much fun, right?
Refreshing breezes invigorate the body. The romantic sea smoothies the heart. Exquisite flavors dance on your palate.
Wow, this is life in Haikou. Amazing!
Haikou, where timeless charm meets vibrant energy. Welcome!
6 years since our last visit. We are finally back to Riyue Bay. Now we are into men's QS 4000 round of 48 heat number 6. Rafael Castro in red, Miyu Furukawa in blue, Zach Wang in white, Yuxing Lin in green. My name is Dai Wackle here in the booth with Ben Wei.
Hey, Dai-chan. A lot of action today, and from going down for the last couple of interviews, I've seen the tide filled in. But the positioning of the riders is a lot farther in, so we're not going to see as long of rides, but they're kind of starting in that little area where you were sitting yesterday. So we know that's a money zone for sure.
Right, so straight in, we are back in action. This is a replay of lots of green, a lot of cutback, nice turns, a great combination from Yuxing Lin. That one comes in at a 2.33. So it looks like green is up and riding again, so we stick to the live action. Nice floats and come on a section, and really love the vertical hard, but unfortunately it comes unstuck on the third turn. So that was his second wave. But as we have a little break in action, we're gonna cross down to True with the last hit winner, Shohei Kato.
Thank you so much, Dai. Yeah, Shohei, what a great win for the first day of the WSL International Cero Wanning Pro.
Yeah, super stoked
come here, and then first time in China. I want to just try and enjoy it here.
You've had a big year as well, competing on the Challenger Series and also the qualifying series too. What's been your highlight so far?
Yeah, I had a lot heat this year, and running a lot from Challenger Series, so I have confidence. Yeah.
You're looking really strong and your surfing is looking good. What board are you riding?
Just training a lot, and then focus my surfing. Yeah, that's it.
It's been really cool to see you, excelling in each heat. Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home in Japanese that might be watching it?
応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。中国初めてでちょっと波は難しいんですけど、でも楽しむことに意識して、あとはもうちょい波が上がってくれることを願って。もっといい波でサーフィンしたいです。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much, Shohei. We'll take it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Riyue and Shohei. What an interview. And, like he mentioned, he's a Challenger Series surfer. He's currently in the Challenger Series, surfing a lot of heats this year. But he's been getting a good result, actually. He started with knocked out in first run, but I think he came 9th in one of the events. So he's been having a great year.
Yeah, he's always been a really strong surfer, but also having that experience with that level of competition is going to bring a lot of confidence. Also, coming back into the qualifying series, and as he was saying it at the end of the interview, the waves have been a little bit difficult, but he's expecting for it to get better, and he's hoping for it to get better, which. As far as the forecast looks, I'm sure we'll have some really good days where this point turns on.
Well, definitely, forecast saying we might have swells fill in for the next couple of days. So hopefully, we are hoping to see more, bigger waves. But on screen we have live actions. Surfer in up and riding. That was Zach Wang. Just quick in and out from him. It's already 6 minutes in. But not many waves have been ridden in this heat.
Yeah, so one thing, like with these kind of reef conditions, with the higher tide, when you have a lot of swell, it can put everything together and really stretch those lines out. But when you're dealing with a little bit less swell power, it really takes that energy hitting those shallow spots on the reef to stand up. As it looks like we have Miyu Furukawa.
Wow, Miyu Furukawa just hit that section really hard, throwing a lot of sprays, and come on the section actually gets 2 more turns in. So beautiful surfing from Miyu Furukawa from Japan. He's originally from Chiba, just like you said. It's a cold water area, so definitely happy to be here without any, the thicker wetsuit.
For sure. I mean, it's like you got to feel 100 pounds lighter. Look at this zap off that first section. His redirection of the nose, being able to come out and keep that speed is amazing. Taps it there, able to drive into this little carve on the corner here. Another quick snap. I used to live in Chiba, and I've seen Miyu since he was little. He used to be a gnarly skateboarder. I used to watch him skateboarding in front of the Sequence shop over by Tarami a bunch. And towards the end of my stay there, he was coming in and working in the surfboard factory, learning how to do ding repair. So he's really well-rounded around the boards.
I think he still does, actually.
Is he? Is he still working at Tako-san's factory?
Working at a Tako-san's factory. That's what I heard, I think.
It was fun. I actually got to give him a few tips when he was first starting to do ding repair when I was shaping there. And we have a couple of scores. Both of our Chinese surfers. Yixin Lin has a 2.33 and a 1.77. Zach Wang for that short little ride, 0.43. And now the first really good ride that we've seen was Miyu's first wave. We're waiting on that score as we see Zach up and riding again. Kind of looking for some direction change there. And as we have those deep spots getting deeper, the energy just dies out of nowhere.
The wave selection coming into play, it's a really key factor to get through the heat. And especially like you said, when the tides come in, it just everything tends to die out really quickly. So you have to have the confidence in the wave selection.
Yeah, and as Giada and True were mentioning earlier, needing to get those early turns was key, even more now because the water's deeper. That critical section is basically right off that takeoff. Starting behind it, just like Green is here, has a chance to get right off the takeoff, get an early start, gets off of that one, puts it on rail, and here's where things fatten up, and it's just, that's the end of the line right there.
So pretty much 2 or 3 sections will be like for you to hit. So before that, you have to, wow, it's tricky condition out there because Miu is well-known competitor in Japan, and he know how to play in this competition, and he's kind of struggling to get good waves. But already locked in 3.83, but he's already only have 2 waves ridden, and it's been 10 minutes in this heat already.
One thing I remember about Miu is he has a lethal frontside reverse that he can stomp down anywhere, but that's not going to be the factor here surfing on his backside.
Right, Miu up and riding, trying to get rid of the 0.37. Nice 2-turn combo, vertical off the top, and it gets this turn in. Unfortunately, comes unstuck, so didn't ride out of it, but still the first 2 turns were solid. Great combination from Miu.
Yeah, and just trying to fit in that extra turn on the end was definitely worthwhile, as if in between the sets, even though it is high tide, in between the sets that water will drain out and get a little more shallow. So if you get an early wave of the set, you're not dealing with that deep water that's killing all of your speed as much. So it's definitely worthwhile trying to fit in those maneuvers, predicting that it could stand up. That one, he kind of overpowered that last turn, overpowered the wave. But he definitely placed it in the right spot, and he's getting some momentum in this heat.
Definitely, he got the best wave and the best selection of the maneuvers. It'll be a pretty good number, I think.
Yeah, so he's waiting to get rid of that 0.37, which was his backup score. Only needing a 0.87. Basically almost off of the takeoff, and looking at the first section, he already got that score. So we can expect him to pop up in the lead. We just don't know what his distance will be between the rest of the field.
Well, just like you said, Miu's background is from skateboarding, right? And he's super good in the air, in the front side, but this is a left-handed brake, so he's not going to go into the right, but he is up and riding, floats couple of the sections, come around, trying to get the steepest section, but unfortunately wave kind of dies out.
So that previous score, 2.77, did move him into the lead. Now he's just looking to kind of up that game, balance out that score line. And yeah, right now, as far as Red, I haven't seen Red out there. I'm not sure if it's a 3-man heat that we're watching, or we just don't have Red on the screen. We'll see what happens there. But at the moment, Blue and Green holding a pretty balanced scoreline. Miu able to push it above a little bit with that 3.83. But I think with the conditions and the shorter waves, the ceiling for the scores is going to be kind of starting to go into the 4s if they're cut down to only 2 turns.
It feels like getting 4s, like getting 6s and 7s in the good waves.
For sure.
For today's condition. It's really tricky out there. It's kind of limited section. So definitely having a 4s is a thing.
When we think about back to Sentoro's heat, when there was 5 or 6 turns, getting them up in the 5.3 to 7.3 range, now they're stuck with half of that. So to get a 4 is great, actually.
Actually, it's definitely a keeper. So probably aiming for the 4s in this condition is key factor to get through the heat. So definitely Miu is trying to get 4s, trying to get rid of the 2.77 at the moment. But we have 2 Chinese surfers just chasing his, scores right now. So first priority with Wixing Ling, and currently sitting in the 2nd place, needing 4.23 to go to the 1st place. And Zach Wang is in 3rd place, needing a 3.97. So what do you think he needs to get the 3.97 in this condition right now?
Definitely a better wave. He's been taking off on some really small stuff. This is a pretty that was a pretty small wave. And there was one little opportunity, I
Right.
think, there, and I possibly a missed opportunity as far as the maneuver. Possibly kind of saving that speed as if he was going to go into a combination, but possibly kind of loading up and uncoiling into one maneuver might have kind of pushed a little more opportunity out of that. I definitely don't think that was the wave.
No, neither. I know, yeah, I agree. But that was really small sized waves. And just like you mentioned before, because the tides come in, everyone tends to sit in the inside a little more. So probably you have to be at the back so that you can get.
Oh, so that was green. I'm sorry.
That was a green. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, he wasn't. He's needing 4.23 to go into the lead.
Oh.
He's advancing at the moment.
He is.
But however, white, the waves that we've seen, zeros, 0.7, 0.4, it's just lacking wave selection. And I think he's just been kind of keeping busy without really thinking about what he's taking off on. And while Miu's been a little bit more quiet, he's picked off the better waves. Green's also done a great job of that. So that last one will not go into Green's score line, 0.63. But yeah, towards the later moments of the heat, Green having that priority would have been able to keep white from advancing into his position. But it's still early on, a lot of time, and they still want to build on their score line.
Definitely, Zach Wang has first priority, but you don't really want to be stuck in with the priority situation right now because there's still 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and his requirement at 3.97 is not the big score yet because, well, looks like he is taking a look on this one. Well, I thought he's going to go for it, but unfortunately, he's not going to be on that way, and he's probably lose his first priority.
Yeah,
on that one.
I was going to say, yeah, that was definitely a priority change. He showed some intent wanting to go for that one, took a couple paddles there. So as soon as the judges see that you were attempting to go for it, you're going to lose that priority, and you're best off really taking that wave, getting to your feet.
Wow, that was a little mistake from Surfing White Zach Wang. Now he has third priority and has to wait for two other surfers getting a wave to get first priority. I had a little chat with Miu yesterday, and he's traveling with Cero. Cero, who's got a good waves in the last heat, and probably he asked Cero where to sit and what kind of wave he should get.
That's huge because the positioning is really critical right now, especially as it gets deeper. It's only going to break on the shallowest part of the reef with the higher tide, whereas earlier with the lower tide conditions, more shallow, you've got a couple different options of where it might pop up, as well as being able to kind of grab waves on your way back out.
Yeah.
And now that it's kind of short and compact, you got to be in that most shallow spot. Like you were saying earlier, there's kind of like a rock.
Did you notice that yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also noticed on my way out, they're like, yeah, it's sand right there. It wasn't. I went right into rock.
It's like a mix of sand and a rock, actually.
Yeah, I almost slammed right into the shelf. But when you're by a rock or some kind of change in the topography, change in the shape of the reef, if you can get in the shallowest spot, that's going to take the least wave energy to pop up and make something happen. So if you can guard that little position with priority, you're definitely going to get the best wave and the most scoring opportunity.
It's good to have something like that, like one rock in the lineup, so that you know where to sit. But this is important way for Surfing Green. Currently sitting in the second place, trying to get rid of the 2.33. Nice first done, and surfing all the way to the inside. Just stay in the pockets, trying to get a steeper section again, but unfortunately wave dies out.
He's got a really cool style. I like that little swoop stall right there, putting himself back in the energy there, trying to give himself a little oomph into the next turn, but there just wasn't the section to do it.
Right, so first priority now with Miu Furukawa. Probably he'll be waiting for the set to get rid of the 2.77. Second priority with Zach Wang needing 3.97, which is a small score, but feels like it's getting 5 and 6 in a good condition. But look at the scoreboard. He's still only locked in 0.73 and 0.43. There's so much space that he can upgrade. Up and riding, this is an important way. Float the section and try racing down the line, generating a lot of speed, trying to get one more turn in. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of that turn though.
Another thing we're seeing with that higher tide is we're starting to get those little backwash warbles coming off of the deep spots, which you could see about 4 different ridges, which really, as he was going for his maneuver, he got hung up. And then he went for another one, and another warble came across. So timing yourself between those little ripples in the face is going to be really difficult coming into the higher tide.
It is really difficult. But once you're in the right rhythm with the wave, it just keeps you flow, actually.
Yeah, and if you can get in front of that warble, you're actually getting twice the energy behind you, but you don't want to get stuck behind it.
No. It's hard to stay in the pocket, but 4 minutes and 30 seconds left already. So already 20 minutes in.
It's really like, looking at the clock, it's gone by relatively quickly.
Super
and
fast.
even though we have higher tide, you always, whenever you have a tidal push, whatever energy is out there has that little help to get pushed in. So you have the frequency of the waves getting a little bit closer, a little more consistent, whereas earlier heats, we had an easy 5 minutes sometimes where it kind of just went dead.
Right.
And so no dead spots, not as high quality, but we've got a little more action.
Definitely a little more actions. 4 minutes left on the clock. Miyu Furukawa is in first place with 3.83 and 2.77. Probably he's trying to get a set wave and trying to get rid of the 2.77. And second place we have
Yuxin
Lin with a 2.37 and 2.33. Zach Wang is currently in third place, needing a 3.90.
It's interesting too. I sort of wonder what type of equipment these riders have prepared, because
I was gonna say yes.
I've seen a lot of guys opt not to go for EPS and go for poly construction, but when you got this kind of fatter conditions, getting some good speed on that one. Green's really connected with his equipment. Not a powerful wave, but he's able to drive some speed out of there. Didn't find any open face to really get any redirection. Kind of just some climbs on that one, but
definitely, he was generating lots of speed. But like you said, doesn't look like he's using an APS or something. It looks like he's using PU surfboard there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Usually you can tell if it's a whiteboard because EPS has that kind of purplish, almost too white look to it, because they call it UV brightener, and they put that in the mix of the resin to make the boards look whiter, because the epoxy boards go yellow really quick.
Right.
And so they try to keep it from going yellow too quick and blue. Miyu finding his way through those first couple sections. There's those little weird wobbles. He was able to fit in a turn right after that one, and then it just fattens up right there. You got kind of like that side wash coming off of those little deep spots.
Well, that was great surfing from Miyu Furukawa. Let's take another look from the beach angle. Really loved that. He was trying to stay in the pocket, love the floats, and a little hang up on the third turn, but gets this last section to finish up. So that's a great combination from Miyu Furukawa. Probably he will be getting rid of the 2.77, but this is important wave for Zach Wang, needing a 3.90.
He got hung up, unfortunately. But yeah, that other angle of Blue's last turn really showcased how dynamic it was. With the drone angle, you couldn't really tell how much he'd got up into the pocket, and you can tell how much power they put into turns by almost time stopping when they stick to the lip and bring it back in. It's like they just came into it with that much more impact, and he got a lot of redirection. I expect that to probably at least replace his backup, possibly make his highest score his backup.
Wow, I gotta say, it might be close to 3.83, and it possibly can be a higher score in this heat. So with the 1 minute remaining on the clock, time is ticking. So important moment for Zach Wang, an important moment for Wixing Lin as well.
I think we're safe to say there was no red in that heat by now.
Yeah.
So yeah, either Red's surfing the wave down the beach or something, but he's definitely not on screen and not in the competition area. So it's basically a 3-man heat. It's exactly a 3-man heat, and White just hasn't been able to get the waves that he needs.
All right, few scores started to lock in for Miyu Furukawa's last wave, looking healthy. So it's a 3.73. So it's
same as his backup.
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't change his score line at all.
No, it's actually he bettered the situation right now. His backup score was 2.77. So
that's right. Okay, good.
got rid of the 2.77, and now he is in the lead with the 3.83 and 3.73, and we are now down to 5 seconds in this heat.
I was hoping our judging wasn't that far off. There's a reason we're not judges, but I didn't think we were that far off.
All right, looks like that's at the end of the round 48, heat number 6. Looks like Miyu Furukawa and Yuxin Ling will moving into the next round. We're gonna go to the quick break, and we'll be right back with the heat number 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived in the beautiful coconut city, Haikou. The outside temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Here, we witness history unfold. Here, we hear captivating stories.
Look, this is Haikou's unique Chinese charm. It's so cool.
Here, we embrace the world. Here, we ride the waves. Here, passion conspire.
You see, this is Haikou's vibrant energy. It's so much fun, right?
Refreshing breezes invigorate the body. The romantic sea smoothies the heart. Exquisite flavors dance on your palate.
Wow, this is life in Haikou. Amazing!
Haikou, where timeless charm meets vibrant energy. Welcome.
And welcome back, viewers. This is the 2025 WSL International Wanning Pro WQS 4000. Ben Wei in the booth with Chiara Legati, and we are here in Hawaii of China, Hainan, at the beautiful point of Riyue Bay. And we're just a few minutes into this heat number 7.
Wow, we're plowing through these.
Seriously, we just saw a little paddle battle going on between blue and red. Red got it. So Raiha, always a spry young individual, has started to see some scores come in, 3.67 and 2.80. Yuya, blue, Yuya Iwase is waiting on his score. In green we have Chen Bingyin, and in white, Rong Chen.
All right, so a couple replays. This is the last of red. Big blast off the top to start things off here. Unfortunately, fumbles a little bit, makes it, but I don't know, that's definitely going to alter his score. It's definitely not going to be as high as he would be hoping for, but that was a great start and a great finish for Raiha.
And the recovery. So, and this is blue. This is a wave that we've missed by Yuya Iwase. Draws it back, puts him in a spot to hook it in the pocket. Pocket sits down just a little bit through that deep spot, but puts it on rail, rebounds it back. But yeah, that little fumble with red definitely gave his score a little haircut there.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but plenty of time with 20 minutes left. This right now on your screen is Chen Bingyin. Bingyin reminds me of a beach in Bali.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and nice rise there. So scores for all four surfers came in. This is the last of red, who backed it up. He got a 3.67 for that first one and a 2.8 for this one. So nice start there. A 3.67 is actually a pretty high score for a day like today. Behind him, Yuya Iwase. Pretty sure this was a 2.53 for our man in blue. So a couple nice turns. Unfortunately goes down there a little bit. He kind of digs his nose in and isn't able to fully ride out of it. But behind him is Chen Bingyin again. So a lot of waves ridden while we were on that break. A lot of time there. It's a little unstuck. And it's kind of non-stop out there right now.
It really is. Rong Chen on this one navigates his way on the top of that one as that warble pushes him out the back. But what I'm seeing is it's getting really unpredictable. Like there's some weird sections running where people are going to hit it. This whole section's dumping down all at once. And we're going to send it down to the glass with die with the winner of that last heat, Miyu Furukawa.
見事第1位通過を果たしましたラウンド1。ヒート振り返ってみていかがですか？
結構波数少なくて、前のヒートをちょっと横から見てたんですけど、セットが来るのかなって思って、見てたんですけど全然来なくてちょっと焦りました。
海入ってるとこのポジショニングこう自分が想像してるのと、ビーチから見て考えているのと実際入ってみるのとでは違いますか？
そうですね、沖が遠いんで陸から見てると同じところで待ってるように見えるんですけど、実際沖に入って陸見てみると全然いつもの練習してるピークよりディープで、いつも抜けれないところからなんか綺麗に割れてる気がして結構難しかったです。
じゃあ今日のコンディションはこの数日滞在している中でも初のコンディションだったんですか？
そうですね。あとこんな風入ってる時にやってなくて、いつもメンツルでもうちょいサイズあったんで、なかなか乗れなかったです。
It was a little bit tricky out there because he's been staying in this area for about 3 days, but this is the first day he actually had an onshore wind, so definitely tricky out there, but still managed to find a couple of waves and happy, he's stoked to get through the heat. 今回は、誰と、行動してるんですか？
今回はセンタロウと来てて、いつも仲いいし一緒にサーフィンしてるし、ビラボンチームなんで一緒に高め合って頑張ろうと思います。
ヒート前何かアドバイスあったんですか？
いや、お互いアドバイスなしで、もうとにかくフリーサーフィンの勢いでいいサーフィンしようって話はしてます。
たくさんの方が、今年最後の QS イベントとして見てくれてると思います。何かメッセージの方あればお願いします。
今年なんで気合い入れて頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
頑張ってください。期待してます。ありがとうございます。Back to you guys in the booth.
He asked him who Miyu was traveling with. He said Sentaro, and Sentaro is his good buddy. So he said, did Sentaro give you any advice? And he said, no, we're not giving each other any advice. And we just kind of went for a free surfing approach and decided to go out there and have fun.
Oh, okay.
So it usually works out.
Yeah. Usually when you're having fun and you're just not really thinking about results or thinking about the next heat already, or that's when people get really deadly.
Your brain can get so in your way.
Exactly.
Really. Let your body do the talking.
So you said Miyu Furukawa used to work at your board factory?
It wasn't my board factory, the place where I shaped boards, but he was coming and learning board repair, first to fix his own boards, because he's such a little air freak. He was like breaking his noses off, buckling boards. So he was learning how to repair his own boards. And then I think he started doing actual customer repairs.
Wow.
But even in the freezing winter, he would ride his mamachari, which is like a grandma bike, 25 minutes in the cold down to the factory in Izumi to come fix boards. And really great kid.
That's commitment right there, and it just shows how much effort and time people put into this craft and into not only surfing, but surfboard making and fixing.
Not to mention, when you can fix your own boards, you keep yourself in the water more if you're not depending on a ding repair guy.
Yep, exactly.
So who do we have here? We have Green.
All right, Chen Bingyin on a good-looking wave. Couple nice turns here on the inside. Just going to flick out of it. Wasn't going to be a major score. You know, he has that 2-2 and a 2-1-7, but I'm not sure if that's going to be that 3 he's looking for to get into that advancing position. It was a good wave, but it was a little flat and it wasn't offering too much. He surfed it at its best potential, but I just don't think it was that right wave selection maybe.
And it's so unpredictable. Like, finding a good wave out there right now is really difficult, as we have Raiha jamming over this one. Like how he hit that one high, keeping his eye on that section. Just got to it a little too late. And here we have, is that blue or green?
That's looking like green.
That's green. Breaks the fins out there. Sometimes when you drift those fins out, you engage too late and you lose speed going into the next maneuver. That's what it looked like. It looked like he kind of stayed with the fins out a little too long to really come into that next maneuver with more power.
All right, so those were the replays that we saw. It is currently Raiha Onu in that first position, but not safe just yet. The scores are really close between first and second. This on your screen is our current heat leader, Raiha. 2 big blasts off the top. He needs to get around this section, and he does. Takes it down to the inside, does that extra turn on that flat section, and that's going to be a nice score.
I'm gonna say that was his best wave of the heat so far. As far as the rhythm, the flow, connecting and linking those maneuvers with no dead space, as well as being able to pick a wave that didn't have the weird warbles through it. So nice clean face, nice clean rhythm, and I look forward to seeing what he gets for that one.
Yeah, he wants to get rid of that 2-8. So here's that replay of the wave we're talking about. Let's break this one down. He gets this first one in. Nice blast, a little stuck, but this one, boom, so much better. Got out of it with speed. He got around that section, does it again, and finishes it off, giving a little bit of variety. Those first 3 turns were a little similar, but that last one just changed it up a little bit. So a bit refreshing. It was nice. I'm liking it.
Turn selection and such an excellent read of the wave right there. Knowing when to let out, knowing when to keep that speed, and knowing right where to hit it. But that turn where he came up vertical in the pocket, that was the money turn. And that's what the judges are probably chewing on right now.
Yeah. You know, it looks so easy on the screen, and these guys make it look easy, but it is extremely difficult out there. It is not easy to read this wave. You have to be in the right moment just when that, part of that wave lifts up, and you have to time it perfectly. So these guys are doing an incredible job out there. That's why I feel like the judges are holding back a little bit on the scores. But here looks like our man Yuya Iwase found a double up. Does he ride out? And he does. A bit of an airdrop finish there. So he's liking it. That's good body language. He wants to get rid of that 283, and I think he's pretty well on the way.
That was a tricky section. Raiha gets a 4.67 for that last one. So our instincts were right.
Yeah.
That was definitely a really good wave. Yuya dealing with that last section as well as he could, showing some criticality. Raiha going for the odd right. Those rights can send you into some weird chunks of reef over there. And there's urchins out there on the reef too. So you got to be careful getting into those weird shallow spots just to play around. But here we have a takeoff. This is Rong Chen. Looking to build up some speed here, have a navigate there, and you can see the waves just so deep. It just didn't have the push to really keep that boat on top of the water.
Yeah, fortunate there, but, good start. He only has that 1.5, so he's just finding his feet out there. Early days, 11.5 left. It's plenty of time. You can still get back out there and win a heat in the last minutes, actually. It doesn't necessarily have to be all done in the first, couple minutes.
That's a great thing, too, is with this high tide, getting back out there takes about a third of the time as it would at a lower tide when it's really stretching. But look at this one of Yuya. Drifts the fins up on that, gets up on the front foot. little kind of like a Dane Reynolds backside. I love those ones. But yeah, connected with that one, stuck himself to the lip with power and came out of that and got rewarded for basically just that maneuver. But he gets a 3.10, so replaces his backup.
So just off the top of my head, a paddle out in the heat that I think is like horrid is El Sunsal.
Are you kidding me?
Oh
That's the longest
my
paddle of my life.
Practically in a 20-minute heat, you only have time to catch 2 waves because that paddle out is ridiculous. I remember with including that heat, you get out the back and you feel like your head's about to explode.
Dude, I was there for the Alas tour, and they had so many entries for the window that they gave him 15-minute heats.
Nah.
And it takes 15 minutes to get out there. Raiha's not giving up on this right. Look at that. God, like flying through that first section. You get over there in that little corner, though, where you would want to finish, and that's where all that reverberation's coming off of those deep spots. So it's going to be pretty hard to get the push to come out of an end maneuver on the right. But did fit one good one in there and got some speed.
Yeah, if he finished that second turn, that would have been a score, in
He's
my
a full-on
opinion.
frother, too.
Yeah.
Like, he is – I've seen him surfing – we've seen him pass by our hotel like 4 times a day. And so, yeah, he's all over it.
Yeah.
And just under 10 minutes, and we're starting to see that nice afternoon groom. A lot of the locals were saying that once you get kind of into the early afternoon, the wind switches, especially today, switched from onshore to west wind, which is blowing in, grooming out, cleaning up the face. So even though you have those backwash warbles, you do have cleaner texture on the water.
Yep, so it's an interesting moment here. So usually in the afternoon, it tends to go onshore and a bit chunky, but here we have the opposite effect. In the afternoon, it gets smooth.
It totally is. It's like an evening glass off in the mid-afternoon.
Yeah, usually back at home, if it is kind of onshore, it's between that 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and then as soon as the sun starts to go down and it cools down a little, it's just gorgeous glassy.
Are we going to get you in the water one of these days?
Absolutely.
Oh, your board's on the way. Is that
My board is already here, so huge shout out to Ketu Agus for bringing that over from Bali. And he got here last night, which means my board got there too. He just sent me a message that it's there waiting for me at his hotel.
That is so huge, and I'm so jealous. It was going to cost me about $400 round trip to bring my board from Japan.
Yeah.
That's why Dai went from a different airport.
Smart Dai. All right, so 8.5 left. This is Heat 7. We will be finishing off this round of 48 with Heat 8, which we will see Riki Tomoshige, Huaxin Zhu, and Jaihao Zhang. And we're going to go straight into the Women's Pro Junior. First 2 heats are going to be interesting, and we'll be finishing off the day with them.
I think that's great because we see a lot of potential out there. Also for the junior surfers who are a little more light on their feet. They're going to be able to milk out a lot more speed out of the conditions that we got in there right now. And as we have the cleaner surface, we've filled in the reef a little bit. Shorter rides, but still some great rides out there. I think we should maximize and capitalize on the conditions.
Absolutely, and it's slightly bigger than it was yesterday, at least for when I came down to check it. In Heat 1 of the round of 20 for the Pro Junior Women's, we're going to be seeing Shuji Jiang, Yuting Zhang, and Yingshuang Zhang. And in Heat 2, we have Jinyi Wen, Xiaoyi Liu, and Yan Yu.
You're ripping on the pronunciation right now.
I hope I'm killing it, too.
Little pat on the back there. You seriously ripped that. You sounded local. 7 minutes and 15 seconds. We saw all 3 riders kind of piled up on top of each other. It's really showing that there's one main takeoff zone and everyone's fighting to get that position. And here's Raiha under priority. He had second priority, and he was able to sneak his way into that one. Not as much of a wave, and probably won't reach into those scores with just 1.5 maneuvers. But tricky positioning to get himself under everyone for that one.
Yeah, and I think it's smart that he's just keeping busy, catching waves, and not really sitting still. Because sometimes when you're just out there by yourself in a heat, it's easy to get those nerves just kind of creep in if you're just sitting there for too long. So I like Raiha's approach of keeping his feet on his board and on his wax and making sure he gets to know this wave a little better.
Yeah, super smart to keep moving and is ever-changing conditions. So you learn from every ride. We had Green up there for a moment there. Little misfooting on that last maneuver, but tricky condition, but look on the screen. It's really starting to show that Riyue Bay perfection, and there's so much potential on this reef. When we get some more swell later in the week, it's going to be really, really good.
Yeah, so the Hawaii of China here, food's great. People are very friendly. It's a bit of a party town, I would say so myself.
Dude, it is a mega party town. Like we've heard concerts every day, and we're only on Wednesday, so we'll see what happens. We'll see how much this place blows up on the weekend.
Yeah, it's pretty non-stop out here. Yesterday, me and we went on that little walk. We found that little diner. There's an incredible amount of food options here. I have never imagined there would be so much restaurants around.
We went on the full food tour, and we've seen like probably 5 or 6 options that are definitely on the list, and we do not plan on repeating. We're going to try everything. Tonight we have a welcome party and a welcome dinner for everyone that the local organizers have put together for us in a really amazing looking building that's on the beach. Looks like an Aztec temple or an Egyptian monolith, who knows, but yeah, that's going to be really fun, and that's at Passion 7. Beautiful spot right on the beach, and that's just behind where we had our opening ceremony this month.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been welcomed so kindly by everyone. I feel like anytime we you ask for help or need a bit of translating done, everyone is more than happy to give a hand. And even the locals here are really welcoming here in the waves. I feel like it's been a lot of sharing and hasn't been a lot of hogging of sets, so it's great.
Yeah, it's a cool vibe. I was handed a couple waves in my first surf yesterday by a couple of the local riders who helped me kind of find the zone. As we have White, he's starting to find the zone. It's a much better wave selection than his earlier rides. Able to get a little more redirection on that one. So sitting on some small scores, 1.0 and 0.67. Hopefully starts bumping up his game in this last 4 minutes.
Yeah, so this heat has absolutely run away from us with just 4 minutes left. It is crunch time now for Jen Bingyin and Rong Chen. They're looking for some pretty decent scores, a 4 and a 4.87. Don't sound like a lot, but on a day like today, I would say that's close to a 6 or 7.
It definitely is. When we're seeing the top score of this heat, 4.67, and that was one of the best waves that we've seen in 21 minutes. That's going to be up to really having great wave selection or having the luck of King Neptune sending us some waves across the reef to whoever's holding those priority positions.
Yeah, so they're going to be begging for that to come by. But Chen Bingyin, second priority, 3 minutes 20, not a bad position to be in. But he needs to really start getting some waves, getting those scores, and having a bit more of a picky wave selection. I would say that's the most important part of today, is having those waves that just bowl up for you and give you those opportunities.
I'd agree. That was kind of, it looked like such an opportunity. It looked like a big bump there, but it just came in such a weird direction. It missed everyone. But Raiha using his first priority, knowing he's got to get into action. This might be one of the last good scoring waves of this 3 minutes because we've sat for a bit waiting for sets. But gets a couple redirections, stomps out some speed here. Nice finish there. Gets the nose way up, drifts the fins. And so fitting in maneuvers wherever he can, not quite the flow of the earlier waves, having to really fight to keep that speed between maneuvers, which doesn't reflect on the judging as well.
Yeah. You know, but it was smart. I think he knew maybe this wasn't going to be the score by the time he ended that first turn, but he kept the other competitors off it. So it was smart surfing.
That's
from
exactly what I was
Raiha.
going to say. Like, make sure no one else gets it. Doesn't matter what happens. I'm already in the lead.
Yeah.
And so that's. I just don't have that vicious competitive nature to do that kind of thing, but you need it.
Ben would be like, "You go, boys."
Yeah, and then I just sit out there and float like a buoy for the rest of the 2 minutes.
Honestly, I still keep thinking of that board you had in India earlier this year. That it was like kind of black and it was a bit of an egg-shaped.
You
one.
rode it, right?
Yeah.
I wish I got to see that.
Honestly, I wish you brought it. It would be so fun out here.
It almost came because my magic board from El Salvador I brought to Japan this time. I was about to bite the bullet and pay the money, and I found a huge rail ding put in by United Airlines. And so I go, okay, that seals the deal. I'm going to borrow a board from Pablo Moyu, and I'll just bring a spring suit. I'm glad I brought a spring suit.
Honestly, if you can even use my board sometimes.
I'm not as high performance as you. 1 minute and 15 seconds. it looks like the swell and the tide has kind of moved to a better part of the reef. It seems to almost be improving on that whole inside section. And Red is just so frothy. He takes off on anything that comes through. And not seeing too many more bumps out on the horizon. So we're going to see if a wave comes through in this next 1 minute to give green and white a chance to advance through.
Yeah, so got to the very last 45 seconds of this heat. It's going to be crucial now for Chen to cash in his priority in the right moment. And I'm kind of hoping to see a bit of a fight back. I want to see him get that last chance to get back into this heat and into that next round.
Yeah, the locals will know where to position themselves even in these tricky conditions or these tricky tides. And hopefully he's in the right spot for it. Looks like he's taking a dig. And these ones, sometimes you can use that little whitewash boost to kind of put yourself in the right spot. Oh, and we had a little misfooting on the takeoff.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. That was looking like a pretty decent score. A 4 was his requirement. I don't think he's going to get any more chances at this point to get back into this heat. So it is congratulations to Raiha Onu and Yuya Iwase. They'll be going into that next round and probably surfing tomorrow. We're going to throw over to a quick break and see you guys in Heat 8.
北纬18度，海南、万宁、阳光、海浪、椰林，这是热带的温度。快时尚，慢生活，烟火气，这是幸福的温度。让我们一起出发。最特别的海，陪伴着最长情的人。这里是搏浪高手渴望驯服的圣地。迎接浪潮，释放自我，用一瞬抛开烦恼，与海浪共舞。这感觉，试过你才知道有多美。几番沉浮，畅游上岸。体验的又是另一番风味，聊聊冲浪不败技巧，说说当年创业历程。这里是都市人群渴求的世外桃源，相逢亦或偶遇，闺蜜还是情侣，一台相机，一杯咖啡，就有了思绪。昼夜转换间，人来人往，各有精彩。正如那不断律动的日月，波涛孕育着无限的可能和畅想，带给这座城市勃勃生机。
Sun is shining here in Wanning, and it's an incredible afternoon. We have Riki Tomoshige in the blue, Huaxin Zhou in white, and Ji Hao Zhang in green. I'm Jada Ligati, and I want to welcome back my all-time favorite, True Starling.
Wow, that's so nice. Hey, welcome back. Yeah.
Welcome back, sister.
Thanks. Oh my gosh, that was so nice. I'm happy to be back, sitting here with you, Giada. I'm feeling like we've got 3 heats left of the day. Not feeling like we do have 3 heats left, and this is live action.
All right, so this is blue. This is our man Riki Tomoshige. Taking a look at this one. Nice first turn. Big downward carve to finish this one off, and it's looking like he's going to stick with it. Let's see if he gets a bit of an extra section here. Looking like he's going to pull off, but most of those points are going to come from that second turn. That was very nicely done. I haven't seen one of those all day yet, actually.
Yeah, that was so nice, so smooth. Ricky, he's such a great surfer. I'm really excited to see how he's going to go in this heat. Let's take a look at the replay. Just a bit of a setup first turn. Gets the speed here, really, really on rail. You can see how he got that extra push halfway through that turn as well. It was so nice. So, yeah, good way to start. I mean, really nice wave to open up with, but feeling like it won't stay by the end of this heat.
Yeah, so Ji Hao Zhang, live action. Good second turn there. Pulls off. I'm hoping to see a bit more on that outside. But a good start here. Already all surfers have some waves under their belt. So this is that replay. Good first turn there. And goes down the line with it. So lovely, lovely stuff from Jihao Zhang.
Yeah, really good flow, good rhythm on his backhand as well. I'm loving the connections. Lots of speed. You can see that he's throwing a lot of water, a lot of spray. So for the Chinese surfer, really well done. Take another look at it. That first turn was really smooth. The second turn as well. Lots of spray being thrown. You can see there's no downtime in between turns. He's got that one beautiful fluid line. So scores to come in. That was a really, really well surfed wave for Jihao. And wow, it really opened up the whole way through. I think that was probably the first wave that I've seen that's really just connected into the inside.
Yeah, that was probably one of the longest rides we've seen today. It's been a great day of action. We had the opening ceremony to start things off, and then went straight into this round of men's, and finishing off with the Pro Juniors round of 20. So 2 heats to finish this day off. With that, I'm going to throw it down to Ben Wei with the winner of the last heat.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Not hearing any. Oh, here we go. All right, here with the winner of round 1, heat number 7, Raiha Ono. Congratulations. Omedetou gozaimasu. Pretty difficult conditions. I know the tide came in before your heat, started to have some kind of like warbles in the face. How hard was it to kind of find your way around and find those sections to do turns?
I'm looking for like double up wave, like not size, but like definitely like just like double up, and then I just thinking like keep busy, and then like how do you say like 力まない like no 力 no like no
don't get tense.
Yeah, don't get tense, and then like just focus my surfing.
You're always super active, super busy. You went right on a couple waves there. You got a couple really nice turns, but it was like you were just going on everything. When the waves are that tricky and kind of hard to judge, do you have to just go on everything to kind of just hopefully have luck with your wave selection?
Yeah, just keep busy, and I don't know, like 4 point is good score, but like more like building up. I wanna building up, so yeah, I'm just thinking like that.
Well, I know that you used to ride Xanadu boards. You've been riding some Sharp Eyes. Looks like it's working really well for you. How hard was it to kind of move from one design to a different shaper?
Is like definitely like wave and like small wave. I think like Sharp Eye is better because like I'm doing like more smoothie, like but like big wave like little bit junky condition. Like I'm using Xanadu because like one time is like little bit biggest, looking so biggest. So I'm like choose like.
That's great to have those choices. Marcio Zuvi and Xanadu are both amazing shapers, so you've got great equipment. 最後、日本の応援している方、あとお父さんみんなによろしく。
家族のみんな、スポンサーの皆さん、友達も結構見てくれてると思うんですけど、初めてのチャイナで、ちょっとまだ波に慣れてない感じが自分の中であるんですけど、この調子で一個一個集中して自分がやることやって頑張りたいと思うので、また応援よろしくお願いします。
じゃあまた頑張って応援してるね。
ありがとう。
Back to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Ben and Raiha. Congratulations on getting past that heat and into the next round, which we will most probably see tomorrow. So exciting days ahead. And so let's get back into this heat. It is Jihao Zhang with that 367 and 2.27 now in the lead. Riki Tomoshige, his last wave came in at a 267 and a 277. It is Hua Shinzo with that 2.9. And that 1.5, but a bit of a set here. So it is currently leader Jihao. Big blast off the top. Unfortunately, just falls backwards. Isn't able to ride out of it. But what do you think?
Yeah, that was really tough. That was a big turn. It was a big section. And unfortunately, just the timing was wrong. He gets a little bit hung up. You could see, yeah, that was really unfortunate for Jia Hao on that wave. But he's in the lead. He's got the best wave of the heat with that 367 and with that surfing on that wave as well. It was super exciting. But I do believe, Riki Tomoshige is the one to watch in this heat. He's got a little bit more experience than the Chinese surfers, but it doesn't mean that they're going to back away from this fight.
Absolutely. I would say the advantage here is that the Chinese surfer might have surfed this wave quite a little bit more than maybe Riki Tomoshige. So that would probably be an advantage. Advantage that they should probably take a hold of.
Yeah, I agree, Giada. I feel like it's giving local knowledge.
Yeah.
It's feeling like they've got a little bit of extra local knowledge compared to the other surfers here. Of course, we haven't seen a QS here in almost 6 years.
Yeah.
So to be back here at this beautiful place in Riyue Bay is really cool and back to live action.
All right, so this is Riki now. Good first opening down carve. Sets it up again. I'm loving that he gets straight back to the whitewash, to the power source of the wave. He isn't wasting time, though. He saw that wave didn't have too much opportunity back in the inside, so he's going to paddle back out. 15 on the clock, so that's plenty of time to kind of get a score.
Yeah, it really is. There's so much time. There's heaps of opportunity. It feels like it's maybe getting a little bit more consistent out there too. So for these three surfers, they've got the luxury of, trying to put themselves in a better position to get the better waves. And I don't know, Giada, whenever I surf not that I've competed in a long time, but when I used to compete, surfing a three-man heat was always really fun.
Absolutely. It just gives you that little extra more space to kind of move around in the lineup. And talking about space, that was a great start for Hua Xingzhou. He wants to get rid of a 2.54, and I think that's what he needs to get into an advancing position. And I really like that first turn. It was in that critical bowling section of the wave, and it was a nice smooth recovery. So he's getting rid of that 1.5.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's chasing a 2.54, so we'll see what he can do in the last 14 minutes of this heat. I'm feeling like the energy that he's bringing in this one, is particularly on the waves, is really exciting. He's got that real light on his feet. He's ready to attack, whatever section in front of him kind of attitude. And I'm loving it. I'm loving seeing that scores are starting to lock in, and it's enough.
All right, it is, and it goes into his top two. So that's a great start for 260. Right behind him, though, is Jihao Zhang, and he is up and out on that last one. Yeah, you're right. There's been a bit of an increase in wave action. We've seen a lot more rides ridden, and it's a great afternoon here. I'm hoping to see a bit of an increase in wave size throughout the week. And just looking up over the shoulder, there's so many wave options here. Like, I see a couple people on that right, a couple longboards. You can really ride all type of equipment out here.
Well, this place has held, and probably still does, a lot of longboard events as well. There's a lot of events where we do see longboarders come. We've seen a lot of LQS events here. We've seen, some really, really big names come here. I believe we may have crowned some world champions maybe here in the longboarding kind of realm as well, which is super cool.
Oh, big blast there for Riki Tomoshige. Wraps it around again. This is a good-looking wave. It's going to give him a section here. Big blast again. So this is going to be the best wave of the heat. He is taking it all the way down to the inside. Will he finish it off? Pulls off on that one. Right behind him is Jiahao Zhang, current heat leader, but not for long. I think Riki got his name back into first.
Yeah, I agree. I think so as well, Giada. That was a really cool wave. Had lots of speed, lots of energy and power. So let's take another look at it. Love how he was just patient, particularly on that takeoff as well. He's kind of assessing if this wave was going to do what he wanted, and it did. And he's really leaning into it. Look at this section. Belts it there for Riki Tomoshige. Wow, really just extending through that carve, staying nice and close to the power source. Really, really good read on that wave and good approach as well. And then this one here, that was a great first turn for Jiahao, the current heat leader, trying to defend and stay in first. really well surfed wave. He got quite a few turns connected. Wow, that was smooth and just kicks out. Didn't have to do much more. So that's a really good back and forth between Ricky and Jiahao.
Yeah, that was that local knowledge that we were talking about,
Yeah.
that wave selection that is so important out there today. I think today it's been one of those afternoons where it's about being on the best wave and being on that best ride. Having a couple more like centimeters on that face of the wave gives that extra point. So it's really well done there by both surfers.
Yeah, it was really, really cool to watch. So 4-5 and a 4.
Wow, so there we have it. 2 highest scores of this heat by green and blue. It is our man from China who's in that lead, giving a bit more of that local knowledge. Here is Ricky, though. Bit of a up and out there, wasn't able to ride out of it. Not looking for a big score to get back into first. A 3:17 is his requirement, so exciting moments here. This last 10 minutes is going to get interesting. This is Hua Xingzhu fighting back. Picked a wave with a bit of whitewash on it, so he's surfing it really nicely for how hard it actually is. You know, with that whitewash on the face of the wave, it's has a lot of bump to it, but he held his board nicely, a lot of control. I like that his stance is really low. His low center of gravity keeps him steady on that surfboard.
Yeah, and that's such a key thing as well, particularly when you see some bumps and lumps in the wave. That low center of gravity and that real, the word that you mentioned, Giada control, it plays such a big factor in these heats, particularly in the first rounds. You want to be, in control of your surfboard, in control of the waves you catch, and essentially in control of the heat. And I feel like for Hua Xin, he hasn't really been in a position where he can open up, so it's really good to see him just start doing that, particularly on that last wave.
Yep, exciting afternoon here. This is the last heat of the round of 48. As we mentioned earlier, we started off this event with the opening ceremony, gorgeous dances from our local community here. We had a lot of speeches, a lot of thank yous, and then went straight into it with this round of 48. We've had all 8 heats, great action all afternoon, and we're going to be finishing off with 2 heats of the Pro Junior Women's.
Yeah, the round of 20 for the Women's Pro Junior. We're going to see both of those heats be full of the Chinese surfers, which is going to be really cool. It's probably the first time that we've seen them hit the lineup here at this event, but also maybe in general as well. And I'm really excited to see the talent and the progression of the Chinese surfers in this region.
Absolutely, and this is the current heat leader, Jiahao Zhang. 2 nice turns here, goes at it again. Unfortunately, just goes over and isn't able to ride out of it. But yeah, good point. A lot of these Chinese surfers, not only is it their first time competing in a WSL event, but in the first time competing maybe in a WSL event at their home break. I mean, how special is that? You see some of the best surfers from all over Asia coming out here and fighting for this new QS title that everyone wants. Everyone wants a bit of those points and prize money as well. So they're going to be learning so much this week just from seeing these top-tier athletes at their home break.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's really exciting for them to have, these elite level surfers come here and inspire them, and also kind of lead the path of, what to do and maybe what not to do in heats as well. And it's cool for them to be in both the QS and the Pro Junior, to have more heats to surf, more time in the rashi, because the more time you spend in the rashi, the better you get. Yeah. So it's cool. I mean, there's a big group of surfers here that have the Chinese surfers, that they have a lot of support and a lot of people, and it's clearly paying off with Jiahao Zhang. He's in the lead right now. He's been surfing really strong and just seems to be looking really confident in this one, which is super cool. I mean, Riki Tomoshige is probably one of the more experienced, or is the most experienced surfer in this heat. We've seen him in all of the QSs this year, so for Jiahao to have the upper hand over him right now would be a big confidence boost.
Yeah, you're right, and I like what you mentioned earlier. The best way to improve your competition surfing is by competing. I mean, you can try replicate it all you want, but at the end of the day, you can't really create that same feeling of nerves and and tension that you get when you're out in an actual heat. So this is a great learning curve for all local surfers, and kind of getting an idea of what it takes to be at the top and what you kind of have to sacrifice and do, and seeing how these athletes warm up, what they eat, their routine. So it's a huge moment here.
And I feel like, with the way that the surfing and the sport is progressing, it's going from just going out there to go surf to there's this whole big kind of structure and routine around it. And it's, what you're putting into your body, the food and the drinks that you're having is super important to help fuel you for your contest days. And like you said, Giada, like your warm-ups and how you're preparing your body to stay, at the top level of where you want it to be. It's just, there's so much that's kind of evolving with the sport. And I feel like a lot of the surfers here, particularly in the Asia region, they're so in tune with it and aware of, hey, I need to, better my performances in the gym so I can be stronger or get lower in these turns, and it's cool.
Absolutely. And earlier on, we saw kind of a paddle battle go down where blue was pretty far out in front of red, and you could just see red kind of Raiha paddle all the way from behind and get priority off of him. So just showing that Raiha has put time in the gym, he's put that effort, and a lot of time and sacrifice goes into this just for those little moments that could be that heat win or be that, a little extra second more you need. So it's an important thing, and we're seeing a lot of people go down alternative ways of training as well, through breath work, meditation, and nutrition is a new one too as well. We're seeing that shift of surfing go from, just a sport to being a professional Olympic sport now, which is what I think China's really aiming for, and that's why it's important for them to have this event here.
Yeah, absolutely, and to be surfing against some potential Olympic surfers too, which is really cool. And this one of Huazin, he's trying to really stay involved in this heat. This one doesn't go into the top two though. It's a 2.47, but loving the approach. He needs a 4.38 right now, which to me, the surfing is really strong. I feel like the wave selection could be a little bit better. And maybe even just trying to find one with a bit more of an open face that he can really tee off on.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Huajing, he has the surfing. It was just the wave that wasn't really working with him. I think he needs to get on those little steeper waves with a bit more power behind it so he can really unleash and show his surfing. I think he's got what it takes to pass his heat. He just hasn't had the right wave selection.
Yeah, no, I agree. He hasn't, which is a bit of a shame, but he still has time, 4 minutes, and finding a wave where you can get a 4 is definitely still potential to do that in the back 4 minutes of this heat. So he just needs to maybe sell Ricky and Jiahao onto a lesser wave and see what he can do. But Ricky Tomashige, he's such a firm competitor. He's really strong. He knows what he wants. And I feel like he'll be, not making any mistakes in the back part of this heat.
Yeah, he's had that competition run we see in Japan. They have a lot of local contests as well as WSL International ones as well. So it's what we were saying. It gives them those heats under their belts and getting comfortable being uncomfortable. All right, so it is about to reach the 3-minute mark of this heat. Jihao Zhang wants to stay in first, but Ricky, 317 is not a big requirement. I think Hua Xinzhao is going to keep busy on the inside. He doesn't necessarily have to be on a set wave to win this. I've seen a couple heats where they kind of just find their own space and get a couple scores down under priority. Maybe a bit of a priority mistake there for Ricky.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely left the door open right now for Jiahao Zhang, who is in the lead, only needs to better a 3.67. I mean, Ricky only needed a 3.17, but that wave clearly not offering that for him. And a bit of a mistake there, Giada. I do agree. He's just left the door open.
Yeah, and he's just going to let Jiahao Zhang, kind of take over the lineup. He's already in first, and now with that priority next to his name, he's not going to make life easy for Ricky or Hua Jin. So it was an interesting moment there for Ricky. Maybe misreading the wave a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like it's pretty easy to do out there as well, kind of finding yourself in a position where you think, oh, this is going to be a good wave, and then it dies out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Or it runs too quick for you and you can't keep up with it. It feels like there's definitely potential of that happening, but it looks like we may have some sets rolling on through, so let's see.
Yeah, exciting finish to this heat. White, good first turn there. Sets it up again, really pushes the tail in that second one. 4.38 is what he's looking for. He's going to take this one all the way down to the channel. Nice finishing there. Maybe he's going to see a bit of a double up. He wraps it around, gets back to that whitewash. There we have it. All three surfers on this set. So who's going to get the better of it? White took it all the way down until the wave became a nothing practically. So interesting final here for interesting finale for this heat.
Yeah, wow, this is crazy. We've seen plenty of waves just being ridden then from all three of our surfers with just over a minute to go. Obviously, really important scores as well to lock in. Let's just break this one down of Huazin. Nice first turn. You can see him just really loading up off the bottom. He's got a great style, really good flow. Looks like he's riding a sharp high. It's looking super responsive under his feet as well. You can see it throws a lot of spray and just whippy in the pocket. That wave unfortunately dies out ahead of him and not a whole lot on offer. And then it's this one here of Jiahao Zhang. He's the current heat leader, so he's looking to better a 3.67. Ricky Tomoshige's, his score's already locked in, didn't go into the top two, so it's really, really down to this. Wow, that was a beautiful finish there for Jiahao Zhang. Good score to lock in potentially for him. A 3.27 for Huazin. We've got this score to come through for Jiahao as well, and I think that could go into the top two. I really liked the wave. It was good flow, good power as well.
Yeah, and just in the very last moments of the heat, he got it. So it's a good move there from Jiahao. We're going to count this one down, and it does go into his top two, 3.9. He extends his lead. It is Jiahao and Ricky going into the next round. We're going to throw out to a quick break, and we'll see you in the women's junior round of 20.
何谓底蕴？每座城市都会给出不同的解答。在万宁，它的答案是这样的：它是以山中八景、摩崖石刻睥睨琼州群山，自古便华峰岩下游者众的海南第一，东山耸翠。它是繁华都市间侠行天下的武林风尚。它是波涛激荡中乘风破浪的奋进洋洲。它是市井记忆里生生不息的香火传承。万宁运动千年不息，早已在一方水土间开枝散叶，泼墨山水里日臻画境。我想让自己更快乐，或许你只需要开始一次跃起的旅行。国际大牌云集，免税打折，充分满足小小欲望。
Pro Junior Women's are up now. We are now into different category. Women's Pro Juniors round of 20 heat number 1 is officially underway. We have Huge Jian in red, Yutin Tuan in blue, Yuing Chuan Tuan in white. So we have 3 local Chinese surfers in this heat.
Let's see it. I'm excited for this. We've been talking about the opportunities of the Chinese surfers and, you know, the experiences that they can have in this QS and Pro Junior. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they battle against each other in this heat.
Truly, you know, they know this break better than all of us. So
Yeah.
let's see what they're gonna, you know, show us. But this is a fast wave for Surfer in Blue. That was a beautiful first turn and come around the section and get the second turn in. So what a start from Surfing Blue, but still going, surfing all the way to the inside area. So that was a little hang up on the last one, but still great combination from Surfer Blue. This is Surf in White. Nice turn and blab the second turn again. Wow, these guys know how to surf this break really well.
They're so in tune. They're so in form right now. This is Shuji Jiang. She got a really cool first turn and then just kicks out for the rest of that one. But yeah, they know how to surf this wave. And you can see the experience really shining through, because those waves were kind of small and they didn't have, you know, from first looking at it, you think, oh, there's not much on offer, but it just kept getting better and better.
Wow, live action, we have Surfing Blue up and riding huge, powerful vertical off the top from Yutin Tuan. So first wave already locked in, it's a 3.50, so she's got a best of the last exchange out of 3 waves. And 3.0 for the first wave for Yuingstan Tang in white, and 2.0 for Shuji Juan. So it's exciting start for the women's.
Yeah, this is really exciting. It's a Pro Junior. This is the first time we're seeing them, you know, in the Rashi for this event. So it's very exciting.
Right, as we have a break in live action, so we're gonna head over to our last heat winner.
Okay, second wave, Blue, 3.0. So Blue, you have 3.5. And
We may come back with that. We'll reassess. We got 20 minutes to go. That's Nick, one of our beach commentators, with the winner of the last heat. He also speaks Chinese as well, which is super cool. So we are hoping to have a chat with him. Okay, I think, Nick, we are going to head down with you with the post-heat winner. Potentially, okay, we're not actually. I'm just joking. It was just a joke. Die. You know what? That's your job.
Well, we're gonna come back to that.
We're gonna come back to it.
We just stick to the live action right now for the
exactly.
moment. And last wave for Yuting comes in at 3.00. So she's having a great heat from the start, 3.50 and 3.00. So that is a nice start. Actually, it's not a big score, but still, you know, look at this condition. Getting these 4s feels like getting 6 in the good wave. So definitely 3.5 and 3 is just a great point.
Yeah, it really is. So, we're going to stick with the live action dive.
We have Surfing Red up and riding. That was huge off the top and come around the section. There might be another section to hit. Stay in the pocket. You know, just waiting for the section to stand up. But it looks like it's going to wall up for her. I guess another turn in. So beautiful surfing from Surfer in Red. Huji Juan already locked in 2.0. Now needs only 1.01 to go into the second.
Wow, that was a really, really well surf wave for Shuji Jiang.
All right, looks like Nick is ready. So we're going to cross down to Nick with the last hit winner.
Zhang Jiahao, you're from Hainan. How does it feel to be the first Chinese competitor to go through one heat in the first place? 你是海南人，你是第一个你是这个比赛的第一个本地的运动员过的第一，你什么感觉？
有点激动吧，我感觉这是我第一次参加这个比赛，还是有点难以置信。
Zhang Jiahao said that he was very nervous. It's the first time for him to enter an international event, and he's absolutely happy to be the first Chinese and Hainanese surfer to pass a heat in first place.
So there it is.
Next question is,
4.5.
what do you think about the waves today here in Riyue Bay?
今天的浪比较小，然后挺有挑战性的，没有那么容易冲，要选浪很重要。
The waves are a bit complicated to read today, but he knows the spot really well, and he is happy to add the heat first. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Nick, and that was a great interview with the last heat winner, Jihao Zhang. So it was his first competition, like internationally. That's great. That's great. Great interview.
Yeah, that was amazing. And, to be a local here and to have won that heat would have been amazing to feel that. It's like he's got the good juju from the place here. He's, obviously being a local lives here, so maybe feeling a little bit at ease and really comfortable out in the lineup, which is super cool, and just showed that he was opening up and beat Riki Tomoshige, who came in second as well, which is a huge win.
Right, definitely. So congratulations to Jihao moving into the next round. So back in this heat, the last wave for Shuji Jiang comes in at a 4.50, which is a great score to have in this today's condition. Probably 4.5 will be a keeper. Definitely that 4-point range, keep you getting through the heat for the last couple of heats.
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like, like we've been seeing all day really, or the last couple of hours of surfing, particularly from the men's QS, is 4s and 5s are going to get you through heats no matter what. If you have a 4 in your scoreline, it's more than likely you're progressing through. So for these women right now in this Pro Junior, it's really, really cool to see them just going for it. Is the WSL International Wanning Pro Junior. So we're into a completely different part of the event. We're seeing some younger surfers start to enter into the lineup, the Pro Juniors. I think this is the last Pro Junior of the year as well. So, this is also super important in regards to qualifications for the WSL World Juniors.
Which is held in next month.
Yeah, in January next month, over in La Union in the Philippines, which is going to be super cool. Same place as last year. We're going to be heading over there, Dailako.
Yes, super excited to be back in the Philippines, and my first time being at the World Junior event, so it's exciting.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to go back there. But I just love to see, I'm loving and to see these Chinese local surfers ripping in this heat.
Yeah.
Because this is my first time actually see them surfing in heat, but they're ripping, and I kind of wonder where are they like in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
They were hiding.
They've been hiding. They've been underground, keeping it low key. They're waiting to really just come out of the gates, bang, and they're ready to rock and roll, And I think for these Chinese surfers, the men and the women, it's amazing to see them just coming to these events and not even look scared or worried. They're just like, yeah, we're ready to go. This is just another day in the office, and we've been practicing for this and preparing for this, and it's amazing to see them rising to that challenge. You think of Yang Suchi, who was, part of the Olympics over in Tahiti. She's just over at the ISA World Juniors at the moment, making a statement too.
All right, back to the live action. Beautiful curve turns and straight into the... Wow, that was a beautiful combination from Yuxuan Tang. A lot of damage done on that wave from her, so needing 3.50 to go into the second, and I got a feeling that he's done a great job on that wave.
Yeah, I think so as well. It was really good surfing. Wow, this is a bigger wave.
Wow, blew up and riding, form climb the section, and he gets this clean face and did a great job, and another vertical off the top. Wow, I think the waves are getting better and better, and these ladies just shredding on the waves.
They really are. It's amazing to see that, and the technique and the low center of gravity that they have is awesome to see, and the talent, that was beautiful. Love that kind of patience there after that turn. Unfortunately, the wave really just dies out there for Shuji. And then this one here too, really cool style, really good surfing. Low off the bottom with a great snap there. Love how much she just pushes off that back foot, and you can see the board just redirecting as well. Really good combo of turns. And unfortunately that wave dies out, but the damage was all done. And then this was such a really good looking wave. Just a quick, maybe a little bit too early, too late to that section, sorry. And then you can just see it starts to really open up. That was a good connection there. And then just a quick foam climb, but yeah, the wave dying out a little bit for Yu Ting. So some cool waves being ridden by the 3 Chinese women, and we're straight back into live action dive.
Wow, a lot of action. So surfing red, up and riding, nice first turn, and love the rumping cut back there and try to be in the pocket, just maintain the speed. So decided to kick out, but definitely it's a great surfing from Xu Juan, needing to get rid of the 2.00 to create more gap. But still, you know, it's a great hit actually. It's 15 minutes in and everyone has opportunities. Everyone just having a good surfing, so it's love to watch them. It's been great heat.
Yeah, it's been an awesome heat, and seeing them all just feed off each other's energy, I guess, and get better and better with each wave. That bottom turn was so strong. Look how much drive she got out of it. Wow, that was beautiful. And really, really good connections here for Shuji Jiang. She's got a really, really cool style. I'm loving the flow in between turns. Obviously looking quite comfortable out there.
Right, and then, wow, good scores locked in for White. 3.90 for the last wave for White Yun Chuan. That put her into the lead. So now Shuji Jian needs 2.40. Still waiting for the last of red and blue as well. So it's anyone's game at the moment.
It really is. This is a really, really close heat. It feels like all these 3 surfers are battling against one another, which is so cool. They probably surf so many mock heats against each other as well.
Definitely.
And I wonder what the difference is for them, in their mindset to be surfing a mock heat and now to actually be doing the real deal is crazy. I wonder if they feel confident and comfortable, or if they're maybe a little bit nervous.
Maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Maybe first wave and second wave, you have a little bit of nervous on the way, but I don't see any any nervous moment on the surfing. So definitely they are pretty confident surfing in the heat.
Yeah, I agree. Oh wow, good scores locked in for blue.
Wow, 4.30 locked in for last of blue. That put her into the lead, and still waiting for the last of red to lock in. So wow, lot of things going on in this heat. Surfing White, Ying Chuan was in the lead, but now she is in the 3rd place, needing 3.01 to go back into the 2nd place. And Xu Jian locked in 2.40 on the previous wave, needing to get rid of the 2.40 to go into the 1st. Wow, so lots of things happening in this heat.
Lots going on in the back 10 minutes. This is insane. I mean, it's so cool to see how close they are right now. There's less than a point separating 1st and 3rd, which is crazy. You don't see that happen too often.
No.
And it's amazing to see, how back and forth they are right now between the 3 of them.
So it's definitely anyone's game. An important wave for surfing, bring using up and riding. This is a double up wave, so looks like it's gonna be wall up for her. Nice off the bottom, get to the top. Little bit late. Fortunately, didn't quite ride out of it, so probably she needs to go back out. But this is another important wave for surfer White, needing 3.18 to go into the 2nd place. She's just staying in the pocket, just waiting for the wave to send up. And this is where, wave tends to send up. Went too vertical off the top, unfortunately comes unstuck. But, by looking at how she drew the line, she knows how to ride this wave.
Yeah, she's very, it seems like it's just pure instinct out there. it's like second nature for her to just be going, up and into each section, or just really reading what the wave wants and being on the best ones as well is really, really cool to see that. And I don't know, sometimes you see people surfing at their home break in contests and sometimes they just crumble under the pressure of being at home.
Yeah, true.
And
So
other
true.
people being like, oh, it's fine.
Mm.
I'm just so comfortable. I get to sleep in my own bed. I get to surf the wave that I surf every single day. I get to like eat the food that I want to eat and be in my kitchen or, whatever that is. And it feels like right now these women are just loving it. They're like, yeah, it's amazing.
They are dominating.
Yeah.
But I was the kind of person who gets really nervous when I have like competition home break, because I know that everyone's watching and I know this is my home break and I know that I have to do well.
Yep.
I get so nervous.
Yeah, me too. I would always get so nervous. And it was unnecessarily.
Yeah.
It was a point where you're like, it's all good. You do this every day. But I agree, you just see people there and you're like, everyone's here. They've come down to watch me and I don't want to lose and I don't want to surf bad or whatever that is. It's so hectic.
So hectic.
It's crazy. But then, these pro junior women, they're just like, hey, it's not even hectic at all. What, like you're overthinking it. They're just showing us up.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah.
Just surf. Just like normal days. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what these ladies are doing in this heat. So 6 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock. Yu Ting-Tuan holding on to the first place with 4.30 and 3.50. Xu Jijiang is in second place with 4.5 and 2.57, needing 3.30 to go into the lead. South in white, Yung San Tan is currently sitting in the third place, needing 3.18. It's not a big score. She's already locked in 3.90, so we know that she's capable of getting those requirements with 5 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, she really is capable, and I think now it's just a matter of time and waves.
Right.
Really, it's out of, in regards to her surfing, she can keep in control of that, but everything else is out of her hands. And she can choose what wave she wants, but hopefully the wave she wants does come through.
Definitely. It's been quiet for the last couple of minutes, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be a couple of sets in 5 minutes. So 2 more heats, and then we are done for day 1 of the events.
Already.
It goes so quick. We had an opening ceremony this morning, and we.
What was your favorite part of the opening ceremony?
Oh, you know what it is.
The
The fireworks.
How amazing was that?
That was amazing.
It was so cool. It was just, for those at home, we had the opening ceremony. Hopefully we have some super cool footage. And they lined up all of these like firework kind of, I guess they were kind of like smoky sort of boxes. And on stage, we had all the officials up on stage and they, blew this horn. And then up went all of these amazing, colourful smoke things. And it was just so cool in the air. It was like fireworks and it had, I was actually showing Jessie the video on FaceTime with her before and she was losing it. She goes, what? This is so cool. She goes, I wish I came. And I was like, yeah, you do, because this is sick.
I really loved the opening ceremony in Philippines as well, but I think this is one of my favorite opening ceremony.
It was so cool
this year.
I wasn't sure what to expect with all the boxes lined up on the beach, but when you saw all the different colors, it was just, I was like, yeah, this is cool. We're going to have a good week. We're going to have fun.
Definitely. And then now we are into the second last heat of the day.
Yeah.
So our local time now is 3:45. So there's still time for surfing for me.
Dai's like, will I be able to get out there before dinner?
Maybe.
Answer, yes. Always.
The 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and you're gonna be signing off, right?
Yeah.
Today.
I'll be out of here.
What are you gonna do after this?
That is a really good question. I'm feeling like I probably have time for maybe a gym session and a surf.
Wow.
No, I feel like that's really pushing it. Maybe.
Maybe gym session.
Maybe, yeah. I think so. I feel like the afternoon crowd might weak me out a little bit.
Maybe a little bit, yeah.
Maybe a little two-wave surf just out the front of our hotel.
That's what I'm thinking.
There's heaps of beaches all the way along, this beautiful place of Riyue Bay, and there's so much.
So many other points.
Yeah, it's so cool. There's so many different places you can surf and get a peek with no one else out. It's awesome. So
Peek to yourself.
Yeah.
And get couple waves and
so
come in.
if you see me sitting out there by myself, don't come over.
All right.
It's bad where I'm
I'll
sitting.
let you have a lot of waves.
No, I'm just kidding. You're my favorite surfer. You can come surf with me.
Thanks. Right, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in this heat. The first heat of the junior women's heat, round of 20, heat number 1. So now Surfing Blue is in the lead with 4.3 and 3.50. Shoots Jian in second place with 4.5 and 2.57. It's Surfing White currently sitting in the third place, doing round 10. Now needs 3.18. There's still 2 minutes left on the clock. There's still heaps time for her, so this is important wave for her, needing 3.18. Come around the section, hitting the section really hard, nicely, beautiful cut back to stay in the pocket. Probably she wants to one more turn in, but unfortunately, wave dies out. It's a wave gonna be 3.18.
Loving it. Well, a minute 20. She's got the opportunity to get back up into into second place, I should say. 3.18 is not a big score, so I'm really, really looking forward to seeing where this goes. Oh, here we go.
Wow, we have Surfing Red up and riding nice off the top. Cutting back and trying to stay in the pocket. Again, the wave just dies out. The last wave for White comes in at 2.70, so not enough. Important wave for Blue as well. Quickly kicks out, but I gotta say it was a great move from U team, trying to regain higher priority over Red and White with 40 seconds to go. So last wave for White is not enough to go into the second, still needing 3.18.
Wow, this is going to be really, really close with 30 seconds to go. Yinzwan, she's got the opportunity to find another wave. Potentially, she's already back out the back. You can see her checking her watch, but I don't know. I feel like maybe the waves aren't going to come through in the next 15 seconds.
Right, so we are down to 10 seconds remaining. But I can't see a few lines at the back. Is there going to be enough time for all the surfers? Looks like it's not enough. So it's Yu-Ting and Shuj will be going to the next round, and we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be right back with the last heat of the day.
东南亚美食，热带风味，大快朵颐。海南四大名菜独占2席。从释放到重建，治愈系的曲线兜兜转转，月季的最终落脚点在哪里？来万宁吧！心动的感觉源自哪里？有人说，心动是逐梦时自我实现的充分满足，收获时瞬间迸发的由衷喜悦。是蓬勃发展中焕发生机的新叶热土，是遇见未来时无限可期的前景之城。
All right, we are back to the day one of WSL International Wanning Corona Wanning Pro Junior. Actually, this is the women's round of 20 heat 2. Welcome back, Ben Wei.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, so I guess the third competitor had an injury.
Right.
So it's just 2 of our local competitors out there getting to have their take of this beautiful point wave all to themselves. And the conditions look so buttery. I mean, the wind has turned kind of like side offshore. Beautiful, beautiful conditions. A little bit of fuller tide, but we've seen some amazing surfing. It's really, here we have Yan Yu in green, and so I guess it's the same as in Japanese. You say the last name first. So Yu Yan and Liu Xiaoyi.
So, it's the same way as the Japanese name. So, last name comes first.
Comes first.
Right.
Yeah,
so
which I think I did that wrong in the first couple rounds, but we're just finding our way through. But yeah, these surfers really showing some talent in the next generation of Chinese surfers. And this is green. Look at this beautiful top carve. Such good form and beautiful style. Really hooks it back there. Man, I love this surfing. Really nice top turn there. Fitting it, you can tell she knows this wave and knows exactly what's going to go. What a beautiful read of that wave.
Wow, you can tell that she's confident with that wave, you know.
I think that you should probably go free surfing with her and sit where she sits, and then you'll definitely get some good waves. So we got a 3.50 for that first wave.
That is a healthy start for Yu Yan. Actually, 3.5 is always a keeper in this kind of condition. We've seen 3 and 4s get you through this heat, so the last couple of heats. And we have surfing white Liu Xiaoyi up and riding, a nice first turn and trying to stay in the pocket, just waiting for the section to come up. And wow, another beautiful turn from Yui. Wow, gets a couple turns in, so great surfing from surfing white Liu Xiaoyi.
Xiaoyi, I think. We're probably both saying it wrong, but we're doing our best and we'll learn. But yeah, that'll be an opening score for her as well. And man, it just shows how much dedication and how much work the People's Republic of China has put into their training, their coaching, and all of using so many resources to really bring up the level of their team. I mean, we had Su Qiyang in the Olympics in Tahiti, and in such a short span of time, we've seen their level come up so much, and it really shows the future.
Well, as we have a little break in action, we're going to head over to Nick with the last hit winner.
I'm here with Zhang Yuti, the winner of the last heat. She is from the Sichuan team, and I'm going to ask her what are the conditions like, what's happening out at the point in Riyue Bay. 今天的浪况怎么样？你什么感觉？
我感觉就是还是有点小紧张，不过今天的浪就是刚刚我们那一组的话，我觉得是要稍微大一点的，然后来浪的频率也比较快，所以还是挺好的，我觉得个人觉得。
The conditions are pretty good out there. During my heat, we had to wait for the bigger sets, and there were not many of them. But when they came, the wave was workable and very fun to ride. You're the first Chinese lady going through in first place on your heat. What is your feeling about that?
我很开心。
She says it. I'm simply very happy. Thank you, guys. I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Beautiful interview. It's a last hit winner. You know, the girls, all the local girls surfers just ripping at this point. And surfer in green Yu Yan up and riding, quick in and out.
Such a beautiful style.
Yeah.
I'm such a fan of her turns. Her arm positioning. I mean, leading her way, leading her upper body through the turn. It's like such textbook style.
Definitely.
And it just shows that whoever's coaching, I see them, we saw them yesterday. They had their little camp just to the side of our judging tower, filming, doing probably video replay. And yeah, it's with all of the high level, especially kind of some of more the seasoned competitors, I'm sure it's feeding down into the younger generation. And also just showing that no matter where you come from, you can become a top pro surfer and go all the way to the world's biggest stage. And so it's gives you that much more drive, and you already have your pathway kind of carved out for you.
And definitely, like you said before, in such a short period of time, the Chinese surfing improved quite huge, rocket fired, and then I think that's the reason. The reason is that that just like you said, they use any kind of resources. They bring a lot of coaches from overseas, actually, from Japan, from Australia, and from Brazil as well. A couple months ago, I think Ryota Matsushita, he's a professional surfer in Japan. He was here for the coaching, and Jadison Andre was here too for coaching.
Yeah, I mean, grabbing whatever they can. I remember years ago they had Peter Townend, world champion, and so it's just really, I mean, using whatever they need to do to really reach that level quickly, and they're doing it. The other thing is that they've got a perfect venue to practice, and so they have a perfect point wave to practice point turns and reading long waves. They got beach breaks that are really punchy just down the way over here. There's all these bays that you and I have not seen with amazing waves, and now they have a wave pool to train for airs. They have everything. They have like the ultimate sports training arena here on this beautiful island.
This is crazy because you have the best left-hander point break that we are now, and then there's a lot of beach break like you mentioned, and the wave pool now. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you can take it. It's like being a skateboarder and having a perfect straight. You've got stair sets and you've got half pipes. You've got everything at your reach within a really small area. Also, you don't need to travel to. You can practice airs at night. I heard I was speaking to Nick about the wave pool. It costs about $60 for an hour, but you can go in the night session, which is a discounted like $40 an hour.
Wow.
So you can go surf your head off in a point break, do another session. If you're a Dai Wako, you'll surf 4 sessions a day. You can surf a point, you can surf a beach break, and then you can go practice airs in fresh water.
And it's like within the walking distance, yeah? It's
Yeah.
15 minutes walking distance.
Totally. Or if you got one of those like, cool little electric bikes, put me in the sidecar. Someone's got to hold the boards.
Yeah, it's literally like such a great setup now.
Yeah, I'm in love with this place. I mean, it was great when I was here 5 years ago, but the comfort level, the access to we have a beautiful coffee shop. You have Western food. You have delicious local Chinese cuisine. And, it's just, you got clubs, you have bars, you have such this youth energy as well. And, man, this is the next frontier. And just as we were saying earlier, I mean, they really want to put it on the map as an international surf destination. It's inside and outside of the water.
Right.
It's tons of fun, super welcoming, and the weather never drops below 17 degrees.
Wow.
So the coldest it's going to get is 17 degrees, which is, what is that, like high 60s, low 70s maybe in Fahrenheit?
It's literally the Hawaii.
Yeah.
China. It is tropical weather.
With a lot friendlier of a lineup.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about getting punched out here. I mean, it's great. And no, I really, really love the place. And we've just spent 2 days in the newly refreshed Hainan. And yeah, it's blowing my mind.
Yeah, I know. It's
this week's going to go by really quickly.
Definitely. It's been already 3 days. Since we arrived here and having a great time every day, and now this is day 1, and already this is the last heat of the day.
Yeah, I think you and I are going to be back surfing in cold water and wetsuits way before we know it.
Yeah,
This week's going to blow by.
So not many waves have been ridden in this heat. Only 3 waves and being quiet, but why not? It's just 2-person heat, having fun.
That's the thing too. For two people, 25 minutes is enough for everyone to get a bunch of rides and some scoring potential. Of course, it's a 2-man heat, so everyone advances. No stress. It's just a super fun free surf, and also these surfers are able to really showcase their talent around the world.
It's a great opportunity for them to show their skills, because this is actually my first time actually seeing the younger surfers competing in the higher ranked competition from China.
Definitely.
So it's a really great opportunity for them to showcase their surfing skill. But surfing green up and riding nice off the top, unfortunately comes unstuck, and didn't quite stick to the landing, but still beautiful surfing from surfing green. Yu Yan currently leading this heat with a 3.500 and a 2.0.
Yeah, so I went and I talked to some of Team China after we had our first call and we had a little break. And it seems like almost, I think the whole team is on sharp eyes.
Oh, wow.
And so they have
Didn't
a
notice
lot
that.
of support right now. A few of the riders were saying, yeah, they just ride poly, not epoxy, which is, things are switching around there a little bit. I think people are starting to find that there still is a lot of advantage just to the super predictable polyurethane construction. And here we go, wide up and riding, zooming across this one. Long section to work across. Now find some open space. And yeah, not a lot of scoring opportunity on that one. It was kind of like a run around the section and then nothing's left.
Well, still, there's 12 minutes on the clock, heaps time left, and looks like a few lines at the back rolling through to the lineup. So now, Southern Green has first priority, trying to get rid of the 2.00. But, you know, by her surfing, she is capable of getting those 4s and 5s and no problem. So I love to see her surfing on the bigger, better wave too.
I'm sure if you're Dai Wako, you're looking where she's positioning herself on the reef and just imagining yourself, as well as she's a goofy foot. So you're seeing all of the opportunities out there.
Mind surfing all the time.
I would not be surprised if you come running back with your board right after this. But what a great time. And for all of our friends who are just tuning in, this is Hainan. This is the Hawaii of China. We're the southernmost part of China, surrounded by the China Sea. And our break here, Riyue Bay, is a world-class left point break. We're directly south-facing. And from what a lot of the locals have said is that this is one of the best seasons as far as the swell. We have energy that comes all the way down, I guess, from the north also, from Russia, and works its way all the way down and around. And this place is a paradise for people from mainland China to come and party, hang out at the beach, get into the warm temperatures, because as you get into the north of China, you get closer to Russia, cold, freezing winters. And Russians as well, they love to come here, because it's a very easy trip for them to make down and go from freezing winter in Russia to a beautiful tropical paradise.
You know, Hainan is really easy, you know, destination to travel to, you know, from Japan. There's actually direct flight from Japan as well. It only takes us about 6 hours.
I wish I was on that flight. But I bet it costs a lot to bring your boards. That's the other thing, too, is like I came without a board, but you see surfboards at every business, every shop, every coffee shop.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if you're familiar with the boards called Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
So the Thunderbolt boards are made close to here. So you see a lot of those boards. There's a lot of really high-performance equipment available if you come without a board. And then, of course, you need little to no wetsuit for most of the time that you would come here. I got hot in a spring suit yesterday.
Me too. You know, yesterday it was more like overcast weather, but today we have sun out. It's really, really hot. It's warm.
This is what I was expecting. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I was expecting and I was wanting this, because we've had beautiful clear weather, clear skies in Japan, but it is right on the edge of winter and you feel it.
Right. It's a beautiful drone shot. And it looks like, well, no takers on this one. Still waiting for the right ones to roll in. But looks
they're
like,
really sitting on each other.
Yeah.
But
wow,
I don't know if it's as much as a competitive thing as it is that's just the spot that you need to be at this tide right now.
Well, but I still love they are so competitive, because they know that they get through this heat.
That's the other thing too, is I mean, this is experience in competition. So I'm sure if they just go out and there and play around, the coach is going to yell at them.
Oh,
so
yeah, true.
Yeah, you got to also like really practice your game, because next heat you'll probably have a couple more competitors in the heat with you, and things will get. So they're getting a little warm up run, which is great.
Right. It's great to have some heat like this, you know, but still you can't be really competitive and just warming up for the next run, like you mentioned.
Also, every session that you surf at different tides with different wind conditions, and also the changing swell size every day, is just going to get you that more in tune on where the good waves break when, and where to use your marker on the beach to decide where you're going to sit.
Right.
And it's as perfect as a wave as it is. When it's smaller, it's a lot more tricky.
Yeah.
I think when it gets big, it's just boom, top of the point, all the way through, beautiful line and beautiful walls. But this is like, it's got its personality, and
Definitely.
yeah.
You know, Miyu Furukawa was saying that it's really tricky because it's not the same from looking at it from the beach, but once you're in the water, it's just different.
Yeah.
Just little tiny difference there, and that makes whole things different. So definitely, it's just great opportunity to experience any like a different condition or different tide.
Definitely. And we just saw that set. They were sitting a little bit too deep for that last one. Looks like someone might be in a position for this one. They're starting to scratch. Green will have first choice. So it looks like white's just kind of going to strike as soon as green takes a wave.
Right.
But they're sitting on top of each other so much that green will definitely put the block if anything good comes.
Maybe a little bit of like a priority plan is just working for surfing white. She has second priority, but she's just following everywhere with the green, so she can put pressure to sailing the wave. So
yeah. No, for sure. If something comes through and white kind of pretends to paddle, green's going to have to go just to use the proper strategy.
So there's a little bit of priority strategies going on there.
Yeah, it's 6.5 minutes, and we haven't seen a lot of set. It seems like the tide is really filled in to where it's getting so deep that nothing but the set waves can really break.
True. So now it's time for just getting those sets. But you know, like you said, last couple of minutes or 5 minutes, there's not many sets coming into the lineup.
No, and the only one that came through, they were out of position. So, I mean, almost with any point, when the waves between the sets, when it gets smaller, you try to go deeper to get the smaller ones on the shallow spot, but then that puts you behind it sometimes.
Well, looks like Liu, having a look at this one, Liu Xiushu, up and riding, needing a 3.93, nice off the bottom, beautiful off the top, throwing buckets of spray, and camera on the section actually gets another one in. Great combination from surfing white Liu, but at the back we have surfing green up and riding, love the first stand, stay in the pocket, without a huge stand, managed to come out of it really clean and gets this stand as well, throwing a lot of sprays, surfing all the way to the inside. So beautiful surfing from both green and white.
Man, I am such a fan of that arm movement, and I'm trying to think in my head what women's CT surfer that she looks a lot like. And I think it's a regular footer that I'm thinking of, but she reflects the style of a top level pro surfer. As we had white on that one, really navigated well. She was able to find two opportunities, the two opportunities we probably would not have found on that wave.
But beautiful hand movement from surfing green, and this surfing reminds me of Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
There you go. Good. Very, yeah. I mean, you can totally see that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful surfing from surfing green and white. Still waiting for the last of Yu Yan to lock in. 2.50 for the last of Liu Xiaoyui. Currently sitting in the second place, needing 3.01 to move into the lead. But she has first priority right now. So 4 minutes on the
So that's
clock.
interesting because she reduced her requirement, and she was able to zip out back into the lineup to get first priority. So really, really smart move and great timing in the heat to grab that wave.
Thing is, we're still waiting for the last of green.
You're right, and that was a good wave.
Yeah,
so she may be needing more than 3.01. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself.
But it's still great move from Liu to have first priority.
Yes,
in the last
for
3
sure.
minutes.
This is when you need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, still some waves on offer. I mean, it's not going completely quiet, and it's keeping them busy enough to not get cold out there in the super warm water.
Right.
So we'll see what green, if she is able to bump up her top score, she'll be putting a little bit more distance in front of white.
So Liu uses her first priority over you, but
Not a great wave choice.
That was not a great wave choice.
The thing ran on her
probably Yu Yan did a great job to sell.
And there
that
you
wave.
go, 4.50. So she is needing a 5.50.
Oh, that's a
That's a
huge
big
number.
difference.
That's a
It
big
almost
difference.
doubled.
Right. Wow.
So
Great job.
Green, you can see, is such a smart competitor. You can see checking the time. I remember people getting so angry at the surfers for not wearing watches out in the heats and depending only on the beach announcer's call. And I was really bad with wearing a watch. I would never wear a watch, but then you'd have beach announcers that would be like, 20 seconds remaining, and then it would go quiet, and you wouldn't hear anything.
After
and
that,
you're going
straight into 5.
You're like, was that 10 seconds? Was that 5 seconds? That's why when I do beach announcing, I'm like, give every 5-second interval all the way to the countdown, just to kind of keep that stress down. But in all reality, the surfers should have a watch, and they should be keeping track of their own time.
Definitely, yeah.
And it just keeps your mind at ease.
All right, so last heat of the day, 2 minutes left on the clock. South and Green, Yu Yan is leading this heat with 4.5 and 3.50. Liu Xiaoyui is in second, needing 5.50. But looks like there's a set coming to the lineup.
They might be too deep.
Wow, that's one of the biggest sets we've seen in the last couple of hours.
That's interesting. It broke, but it's opening up and giving another chance here.
So this is a very important way for you. Nice. It's one of the big sets. Nice cutback. Stay in the pocket, trying to ride out of it. She did, but she didn't like the look of it.
The bigger wasn't definitely better. It kind of made it actually deeper and flattened it out a little bit.
Right.
So, well, look at that. That's Daiwako land starting to build out there.
Yeah, those little ones inside. Maybe my wave in about half an hour, but 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this heat.
Wow, it's gone by quickly, but yeah, these girls have had a great time with very little stress to really get their feet on their board, line themselves up, and also kind of start testing out what maneuvers give what scores. And you start building that in your head, and you can take that into your next round, remembering, okay, how did I build this? What do I need to work on? And then when you hear a requirement, you start putting the pieces together in your head of going, okay, I hit it off the top, I got a carve, this is what they liked, and I just need to add this to get more than that. And you can just keep those things in your head. So every heat's a lesson, and every heat just gives you that confidence going the next round.
Definitely, the scores building up for two of the surfers towards the end. 4.50 locked in for Yang Yu and 2.50 for Liu Xiaoyui. But look at the live action. We have Surfing Green up and riding. Nice two-turn combo. The second turn was huge, and loved this third turn, loving the carving turn there. So that was a beautiful surfing again from Yang Yu, using her first priority, down to 5 seconds on the clock. So that was a bit of a victory lap.
Not to mention just the heat management of making sure you grab that last wave before the end of the heat. And that was looking at your time, judging on when the wave's going to hit you, and see how much time you had to get a last wave. Amazing heat. I'm sure the coach is going to high five her on the way out for sure.
Amazing heat. So Yu Yan and Liu Xiaoyui will moving into the next round tomorrow. And that's it. That's a wrap for the day one. How was it?
That was insane. It was so much fun. And I'm super, super excited for the rest of the week. I guess we have some highlights from the day that we're going to go to. Check out some of the action that happened on day one. We're so excited for day two.
Let's go.
Thanks, Dai.
See you guys tomorrow then.
On duty, on call at 8 a.m. The festival is 8:35.